Chapter 626. Bang! The black ancient chariot collided with the huge star. This was the tip of a king divine weapon, and it released a destructive shockwave. Below, the desolate land that had already turned into a desert instantly turned into a land of magma. It surged up into the sky like a vast ocean, scattering the clouds. It was like the end of the world. The battle between the powerful king divine weapons created a terrifying disaster that surpassed one's imagination. It was not something a human could resist. In that instant, the black dragon chariot and the star were stuck together. They continuously shook, and black light and starlight flowed in all directions, shattering the space and destroying everything. Yi Fan was inside the golden Taiji circle. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out thousands of times. It was like an azure dragon dancing in the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. Hua Yunfei did his best to resist. The phoenix wing gold-plated rapier in his hand clanked and sparks flew everywhere. It turned into a divine phoenix that shook the 9 heavens, and even the space was shattered. Pooh! Hua Yunfei opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of 5-colored blood. It was like a divine flower blooming, flowing with a bewitching splendor. The blood contained divine power, and he retreated. Not good. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. He had been tricked. The originally unstable divine temple in the sky suddenly became solid. It descended like an eternal king divine weapon, emitting a great pressure. Hua Yunfei used himself as bait, knowing that Yi Fan would not be able to kill him. He wanted to pave the way for Li Xiaoman's killing move to heavily injure his opponent. He wanted to use the huge star to stick to the ancient chariot, making it difficult for it to move even an inch. This was a majestic golden divine temple that flowed with divine light. Every brick, every stone step was shining with light. It was incomparably divine and dignified, as if it was the birthplace of a deity. It was extremely heavy, and it could crush the heaven and earth. It was difficult for a physical body to resist. It pressed down on Yi Fan, forcing him to leave the dragon chariot. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. Bang! The ground caved in as if it was the end of the world. The mountain range in the distance collapsed continuously, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan tried a few times, but he could not move the black chariot. It could not be separated from the huge star, and he could not move it. The king divine weapon spirit could not attack. He had no choice but to activate the fighting incantation and unleash a blazing radiance to clash against the golden temple. The golden Tai Chi circle shone resplendently, and the radiance drowned out the heaven and earth. Yi Fan did everything he could, striking towards the heavens. The sound was deafening, divine force surging, as if a sea was surging. In the end, he blocked the golden ancient temple, causing it to almost collapse. The golden courtyard walls split open, the temple door falling down, golden light flowing and falling like water. Boom! Yi Fan transformed into a golden Taiji circle and soared into the sky. Finally, the golden ancient temple was blasted apart, and with a single punch, the mountains collapsed and the sky cracked. Li Xiaoman let out a loud cry. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the air as she continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent flying backwards, and a large piece of her lotus-shaped battle dress was torn apart, its luster dimming. Hua Yunfei made his move. The great Tao precious bottle above his head emitted tens of thousands of black lights. Strands after strands of black light increased the power of the fairy realm. He once again tried to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan was obstructed, so he could only stop and fight. This was an extremely strong opponent that could not be underestimated, and he missed a chance to kill Li Xiaoman. In the sky, Li Xiaoman stopped and chanted ancient scriptures. Her entire body was sparkling, and a divine light flew out, forming a golden ancient diagram. It transformed into an ancient temple, and it was extremely mysterious. Tao sounds, chanting, and sacrificial sounds came from the ancient era. They gathered together and formed a brand new golden divine temple, making it even more mysterious. The 2 emperor divine weapons were locked together. While Yi Fan and Hua Yunfei were fighting intensely, Li Xiaoman attacked again, using her demonic power to attack. The golden ancient temple pressed down, and the temple door opened wide. It had a power that could swallow the heavens, and it forcefully sucked Yi Fan inside. This divine temple was extremely powerful and terrifying, suppressing all living creatures. At this moment, Yi Fan's entire body was in intense pain. He was actually about to be refined inside. All kinds of ancient divine sounds rang out at the same time, as if there were 3,000 divine monks chanting together. If not for him creating the golden Taiji circle, he would most likely be in danger this time. This was a terrifying refinement that wanted to melt him inside the golden ancient temple. Yi Fan guarded his mind and evolved the Taiji circle, becoming one with heaven and man. The great Tao was natural, and every strike contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. He tore apart the walls of the ancient temple as he walked out step by step. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura permeated over. Light flickered within the golden ancient temple, and the corpses of golden arhats laid out one after another. Apart from this, there were also the corpses of some bodhisattvas. Rainbow-colored divine blood flowed, making this ancient temple look demonic and mysterious. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, a golden figure approached step by step. The corpses of the golden arhats and bodhisattvas were at its feet, as if a deity was walking over from the ancient era. It seemed like it was right in front of him, yet it also seemed like it was far away. It was difficult to capture the source of its aura, and it could not be seen clearly. There was only a terrifying power surging. It seems familiar, I wonder who it is. Yi Fan had countless doubts in his heart, but he did not have the time to think about it in detail. Right now, killing the enemy was the most important thing. Boom! Monstrous divine might rushed over. Within this golden ancient temple, that figure was like a ruler that could destroy all living creatures. Even the bodhisattvas were unable to contend against it. Yi Fan's mind almost collapsed, and a strand of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. He said to himself, "This isn't real. It's just a type of divine power borrowed by Li Xiaoman. It's a reappearance of the past, but it doesn't have that kind of power now." Swoosh! He opened his heavenly origin divine eyes and looked straight at the source. The so-called golden temple, as well as those golden arhats and bodhisattvas, were all formed from interweaving golden natural laws. Even that ruler was the same. It was not a physical body, but a strand of divine will. Pumph! Yi Fan snorted coldly. The golden lake between his brows blazed with brilliance, and a small golden figure walked out. It was exactly the same as him, just like a deity. He had repeatedly crossed heavenly tribulations, and his divine will was incomparably powerful. Using it to attack the natural laws, this was a special confrontation. Yi Fan activated the all character and continuously operated it. Not long after, it was successfully activated. The small golden figure that walked out from between his brows immediately became 10 times more powerful. It rushed forward like a deity. The small golden figure formed from the powerful divine will opened its divine eyes. It could clearly see every natural law, and it was continuously breaking down the ancient temple. Up ahead, the golden figure was like a demonic god as it slaughtered its way over. This was the ruler of this ancient temple. It was formed from a divine will, and its power was world-shocking. The two fought fiercely, and terrifying fluctuations of willpower erupted. Everywhere they passed, the void collapsed. It was impossible to block them. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of power did Li Xiaoman borrow exactly? This divine will was actually so terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he activated the all character, he would have most likely died with a grievance. One has to understand that his divine will was extremely astonishing. When he was still a small cultivator, he already suppressed many people, let alone now. However, at this moment, he still needed to activate the all character tenfold in order to suppress this godlike existence within the ancient temple. The two fought fiercely, shaking the golden temple's walls to pieces. In the end, the small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows was even more powerful. It obliterated that existence and disappeared in a flash. A world-shaking sound rang through the air. All types of chanting and sacrificial sounds disappeared. The small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows shattered the ancient temple with a single fist, and it no longer existed. Not far away, Li Xiaoman cried out in fear. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. An expanse of golden divine light entered her body. On the other side, Hua Yunfei was finally powerless to suppress the black ancient war chariot. He put away the star and retreated. Yi Fan stood on the dragon chariot. The space between his brows flashed, and the small golden figure entered. He held the divine striking whip in his hand as he stared at the two great enemies with a cold expression. Now, there was only a life-and-death battle. No one wanted to stop and both wanted to eliminate the other. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. Hua Yunfei was a great enemy to begin with, but now, there was the addition of Li Xiaoman who possessed a mysterious power. This battle might be extremely difficult. The air trembled, and a cauldron appeared above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain. The mysterious yellow energy circulated and protected him tightly. Now, this cauldron had already interweaved a portion of the laws. It could be used greatly because its sturdiness was incomparable. It could be used for defense and was difficult to break through. Only when he was about to risk his life and fight to the death would Yi Fan use this cauldron. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out. He still had the scepter of the celestial court on him, but it was a pity that it was sealed. Now, it was merely an ordinary weapon that corresponded to his cultivation level. The sky was dotted with stars, the silver moon was gentle, and the night was like water. The great battle started again, and both sides attacked with all their strength. Hua Yunfei did not care about the danger and forcefully used the Phoenix Calamity Regeneration technique to recover himself to his peak state. He used the power of the fairy realm to fight Yi Fan. The great Dao Precious Vase also appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. Rays of black light descended and connected with the 365 golden vortexes on the surface of her body. It was incomparably demonic. She was evolving again. In every golden vortex, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged. Behind them, there was a world. Every time they clashed, there would be a frightening shockwave. In the end, there would even be golden palms slapping out from those golden vortexes. All kinds of divine weapons and magical treasures rushed out and suppressed downwards. It was extremely frightening. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not know how powerful the divine spirit sitting cross-legged in the golden vortexes was. What was shattered in the ancient temple was definitely not its true divine will. How did Li Xiaoman borrow this kind of power? Could it be that as long as one cultivated this kind of heavenly technique, they would naturally be able to use it? This battle was extremely difficult. They fought until late at night, and both of them were heavily injured. However, there was still no conclusion. Hua Yunfei was originally able to fight against Yi Fan. Now, with the addition of the powerful Li Xiaoman, it was needless to say. Even though Yi Fan used the cauldron of all things to protect himself, it was still difficult for him to kill the two of them. At the end of the battle, Yi Fan was truly enraged. Li Xiaoman and the others worked together to kill him. This made him very disappointed. He used all his methods to fight against the two of them. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. The boundless golden divine sea was vast and mighty. A green lotus accompanied him. Primal chaos lingered around him. There was even an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. There was also a beautiful land and mountains. Secret art of travel, secret art of battle, and secret art of all were used at the same time. Yi Fan's body was in the Taiji circle. Many strange phenomena appeared. The space between his brows flickered. The golden divine will transformed into a small person and rushed out. The cauldron of all things rose and fell. The deity striking whip swung. The black dragon chariot charged. All kinds of methods were used. The heaven and earth went berserk. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. It was actually about to evolve into one strange phenomenon. Unfortunately, it was too hazy and could not be seen clearly. However, its power was still incomparably great. At the same time, the powerful divine will was similarly terrifying under the activation of secret art of all. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were incomparably fearful. They kept on dodging. The golden Taiji circle evolved to perfection. None of the techniques could touch him. He attacked unceasingly, making him unstoppable. Boom! The void collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently. During the latter half of the night, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman both coughed up blood. They had suffered serious injuries. At this point, Hua Yunfei no longer dared to use the Phoenix Calamity technique. Otherwise, his life force would dry up and he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman's face was also pale. She had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. Her battle prowess was affected. The 365 golden whirlpools were all dim. The vase above her head was almost shattered. Yi Fan was naturally also heavily injured. However, his divine power would never dry up. His battle prowess did not decrease. The more he killed, the braver he became. In the end, he was about to suppress the two of them. Yi Fan did his best. He kept on evolving. His entire person disappeared and turned into a perfect Taiji diagram. Pa! Hua Yunfei was sent flying like a scarecrow. His right shoulder and entire arm were turned into meat paste. His sternum had also caved in. Many of his bones had cracked. Bang! A green lotus rushed out from the Taiji diagram. It originated from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It landed on Li Xiaoman's body and almost scattered her 365 golden whirlpools. The lotus pierced through her chest. The two of you attacking together is only so. Yi Fan was confident that he could kill the two of them. However, he was worried that the two of them would escape. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to stop them. It would be difficult for him to kill them. The divine physique lives up to its name. In the future, I will definitely harvest this divine medicine of yours and refine it in my cauldron. Hua Yunfei said and rushed into the distance. Li Xiaoman did not say anything. The golden whirlpools on the surface of her body revolved. She quickly recovered from her injuries. Her golden eyes flickered. She took one last look at Yi Fan and turned to leave. Chapter 627. Yi Fan let out a long roar and chased relentlessly. He had the movement secret art, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Hua Yunfei and attacked fiercely. Bang! The battle continued. Hua Yunfei coughed up blood again. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress was also shattered. It fell to the ground, dyed in blood, and turned to dust. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He did not speak much and continued to chase. It was unknown how many mountains they had passed, but they were still fighting in the middle of the night. The bright moon shone brightly. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Old corpses could often be seen crawling out of their tombs and spitting out essence towards the moon. In the pursuit of tens of thousands of kilometers, divine power fluctuations could be felt from time to time. Mountains would often collapse. The three of them fought as they ran, destroying countless mountains. Hua Yunfei's hair was disheveled and he was heavily injured. Many of his bones were broken. Li Xiaoman was the same. Her organs were all ruptured and her entire body was dyed red with blood. On the other side, Yi Fan was not much better. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. He had paid a huge price in this battle. Hua Yunfei had already used 3 profound jade platforms to cross the void. However, Yi Fan also had a formation platform. He chased relentlessly and it was hard for him to escape. At this moment, Hua Yunfei finally could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, his origin source would dry up and his life would most likely reach its end. Apart from the 9 secrets, Yi Fan did not have any other emperor-level secret arts. This was because they were all recorded in the forbidden chapters of the various ancient scriptures. It was impossible for him to obtain them. However, he had a few of his strongest origin heart techniques. At this moment, the Tao Scripture, Western Imperial Scripture, Eternal Universe Scripture, and Supreme Imperial Scripture circulated at the same time. All of his secret realms were shining. Yi Fan's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 extreme secret realms, and Dragon Transformation all emitted the sound of scriptures. It was as if 4 ancient emperors were awakening and the universe was shaking. Boom! For some reason, his various phenomena suddenly merged into one. Although it was a blur and could not be seen clearly, a terrifying power surged out. Even Yi Fan himself could not withstand it and was nearly crushed. If not for the protection of the golden Taiji circle, he would probably be the first person to be destroyed by his own phenomenon. Yi Fan turned into a golden rainbow and rushed out. This was an excellent opportunity to attack Hua Yunfei. No matter how this strong opponent tried to defend, he was unable to stop Yi Fan. Pooh! Hua Yunfei vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was nearly shattered by the mysterious phenomenon. Following that, Yi Fan continuously executed killing moves, moving the mysterious phenomenon forward. He took a total of 7 steps. Bang! Half of Hua Yunfei's body exploded, turning into meat paste. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. He cried out loudly and retreated thousands of meters away. Yi Fan attacked Li Xiaoman, who was right in front of him, but the anomaly also disappeared at the same time. He cast the Tai Chi circle, manifested the innate Tao, and tore a corner of the 365 golden vortexes apart. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan continuously executed heavy attacks towards the front of Li Xiaoman. He finally broke through her defense, and after a total of 81 attacks, he finally shattered the last golden vortex. The golden Taiji circle closed in, and Yi Fan pressed out with his palm. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Li Xiaoman did her best to resist, but she finally let out a miserable cry as half of her body was broken. Pooh! She was sent flying, and her chest and abdomen were broken as she fell from the sky. She was cut in half by Yi Fan's palm and suffered unimaginable damage. Golden light blazed in her eyes. At this moment, the situation was completely different. The battle had changed greatly, and Yi Fan had the absolute upper hand. Boom! After Yi Fan took the initiative, he ignored his own injuries and continued to execute heavy attacks. Every time, it was like a tsunami that reached the sky and shook the mountains. Bang! Hua Yunfei was like a scarecrow as he was sent flying again. After losing half of his body, his battle prowess was much weaker than before, and he didn't dare to continue using the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique. Li Xiaoman wasn't much better off. When Yi Fan punched out, she found it hard to endure. The 365 golden vortexes dimmed, and it was difficult to block. If not for the protection of the Emperor Divine weapons, the two of them would be in danger, and it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. Even so, they still suffered heavy attacks and crashed into the mountains several times, collapsing in the dust. Yi Fan used all his techniques, and a huge golden foot stomped down from the sky. It almost trampled the two of them and flattened the mountains. The two of them were covered in dust, and they rolled away. Hua Yunfei finally found an opportunity. He took out the profound jade platform and said, "Let's go." They crossed the void and disappeared from this mountain range. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless, and he chased after them closely. He also used the profound jade platform to chase after them. It was another peaceful mountain range, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, bright and auspicious. It was another great pursuit, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared, and Yi Fan shivered. He soared into the sky and looked back vigilantly. At the same time, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's expressions changed as well. They retreated as they felt a dangerous aura. In the distance, an ancient mountain split open, and a little purple person, less than a foot tall, rushed out on a bronze chariot. In another direction, an old monk who was all skin and bones, as if he was cast in gold, also flew over. Yi Fan turned around and left. He had already seen these two terrifying creatures before. Last time, he stole their dragon marrow and was chased by them, almost dying. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman also fled far away, as if they knew these two terrifying creatures. Their great Tao aquariums floated up and down, actually bringing them through the air, not leaving any traces behind. Boom! The old monk roared loudly and summoned the image of the Amitabha Buddha. He chased after Yi Fan, and his speed was extremely fast. On the other side, the little purple person drove the bronze chariot and chased after Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. It was like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that this old monk with a golden body was extremely terrifying. The image of the Amitabha Buddha that he summoned was unstoppable, and nothing could stop it. Yi Fan did not know how many mountain ranges he flew over, and only after traveling tens of thousands of li with the travel formula did he finally break away from that terrifying old monk. He found an ancient cave and quietly healed his injuries. The Nirvana scripture circulated continuously, and his entire body was submerged in golden blood energy. The entire cave was holy and auspicious. This time, his injuries were extremely severe. If it was someone else, they would not have survived. However, his physique was strong, and he slowly recovered, so a great disaster did not befall him. The sky brightened, and Yi Fan opened his eyes. His terrifying injuries were almost healed. He stood up and walked out of the ancient cave step by step. In the morning, there was a thin layer of smoke in the mountain ridge. When the morning sun shone down, it turned into a colorful mist, connecting with the green grass and ancient trees. It looked extremely peaceful. On the ancient vines, among the green leaves, pearls were rolling about. Under the illumination of the morning sun, they were multicolored like pearls rolling about. On this auspicious morning, Yi Fan stood in the mountains and frowned slightly. After the great battle, he was unable to stop Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. This made him feel very regretful. 10 years later, how many people in this world will be able to stop them? This was definitely an unprecedented great enemy. He felt that they would be on the same level as the central sovereign, Wang Ting, and the others. Because if this continued, the ruthless person would definitely reappear in this world. However, no matter how strong they are, they will still be restricted by the 8 restrictions. As long as my realm can keep up, I will be able to suppress them. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had a strong self-confidence, but also a kind of pressure. He and the ruthless great emperor had deep karma, and the cultivation speed of his inheritor was too fast. He had no choice but to keep up. I can only break through continuously. The great completion Saint Physique can challenge the great emperors. In the same realm, I will definitely not fear anyone. Yi Fan believed that even if the two of them swallowed the origin of the various kings and walked the path of the ancient great emperors, as long as his realm kept up and did not fall behind them, he would be able to suppress them. And now, there was a difference of 3 minor realms between him and Hua Yunfei. He had to catch up and not widen the gap any further. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous in the future. And what made him most uneasy was, which existence's power did Li Xiaoman borrow? He thought for an entire night and searched his mind, but he had no clue. Where exactly did I go wrong? When Yi Fan thought of that golden whirlpool, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he could not say why. That kind of divine power was not cultivated by one's own body, but originated from the outside world. It was like wielding an emperor divine weapon or an emperor divine weapon. It was not restricted by the 8 restrictions at all. In this battle, Yi Fan's harvest was also great. He found his own Tao, which was very important. The ancient great emperors never walked the path of their predecessors. In the end, they would create their own Tao. Only by doing so could they transcend. The ancient scriptures of the past were only used as reference. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. Yi Fan had already successfully entered the main peak of the Qin sect after presenting the rare marrow. He had been searching for the 9 secrets all this time, but there were still no clues. It had to be said that entering the main peak was very dangerous. In this year, a few people had already lost their lives. The cause of their deaths was unknown, and the results were still unknown. However, Yi Fan knew that it was most likely Hua Yunfei's doing. He definitely knew that Yi Fan was here for the 9 secrets. Since he could not divine which person was Yi Fan, he killed them one by one. The Qin sect leader was alarmed and sent out the powerful prince of Jade Luo, as well as a few other supreme experts to search for the true culprit. And now, Yi Fan already knew that Hua Yunfei had entered the main peak of the Qin sect a few years ago. However, he had left 1.5 years ago. At the same time, Li Xiaoman had also disappeared and had not returned. During the great battle in the Qinling Mountains, Yi Fan had not seen Hua Yunfei use the 9 secrets. However, he could not be sure that Hua Yunfei hadn't gained anything. During the past 1.5 years, Yi Fan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He could feel the pressure, and had no choice but to bitterly cultivate. By now, he had reached the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. During this time, he also had to deal with another deadly threat, and that was the soul-transcending incantation. He had personally witnessed the 2 people who had gone to the main peak become devout disciples of the Qin sect. If it weren't for the fact that his divine sense was extremely powerful, he would most likely have been in danger. Even so, the only reason he was unharmed was because he hadn't been listening to the sect leader's sermons. They're a bunch of old evildoers. More than 10 of them recite scriptures every day. Even if a bodhisattva came, he would still be purified after a long time. Yi Fan frowned. If he didn't listen to the sermons, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with the 9 secrets. After some observation, he discovered that the sickly old man hadn't gone to the main peak for fear of being purified. Furthermore, the scholar from the east seemed to have noticed that Princess Moon Spirit was there, and would often go to the main peak. However, he himself didn't join in. Yi Fan was quite surprised. There was only one woman who had gone to the main peak with him. Although she was quite beautiful, she couldn't compare to the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. She could only be considered average. To say that she was a peerless beauty who could reign supreme in the world would be an exaggeration. The gap between them was simply too great. She must have some sort of secret treasure on her, Yi Fan murmured to himself. She can even fool my god eye. After that, he began to pay more attention to the woman, and discovered that she would often go to a barren stone mountain where she would sit there for most of the day. This stone mountain wasn't very far from the main peak, and was completely barren. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, nor did any vines crawl over it. It was clean and dry, with nothing to show for it. On a moonlit night, Yi Fan climbed up the stone mountain. The moonlight was like smoke, and he sat there for most of the night without any results. He couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and flew back to the main peak. This time, he returned from the back of the mountain, which was where the stone mountain was located. The moonlight was like water, bright and gentle. On the stone walls of the back of the mountain, there were some carvings of weapons, such as cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and the like. He had seen them before, and had assumed that they had been carved by a bored disciple. Because they were so clumsy, they lacked beauty, and had been carved in recent decades. However, it was at this point that the misty moonlight began to shine down, and the weapon carvings suddenly seemed different. They even began to emanate an ancient aura. That's... Yi Fan said, shocked. These carvings had existed for a very, very long time, and yet they had been able to fool his god eye. It was almost inconceivable. The more he looked at them, the more mysterious they seemed. The clumsy carvings almost looked like divine phoenixes that were on the verge of breaking through the heavens. Chapter 628. A divine moon hung in the sky, pure and bright, scattering down like the moonlight on water. This mountain region seemed to be enveloped in a layer of thin muslin, making it appear faint and hazy. On the stone wall, there weren't many weapon imprints, the carvings clumsy. However, at this moment, it was completely different. Moonlight scattered down, creating an auspicious scene. The weapon imprints were shining and flowing. It's different, turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Fan was astonished, his eyes staring unblinkingly. The clumsy carvings transformed into the charm of the Tao. Each carving was like a true dragon, a Kunpeng, a Qilin, and a divine phoenix. It was indescribably wondrous. The moon filled the sky, the divine splendor flowing down like water. All of the imprints on the stone wall came to life, the carvings moving. It was completely different from what he had seen before. An ancient aura rushed over. There was a type of great changes, and even more a type of grandeur. The imprints belonging to the Tao flickered, and a faintly discernible divine sound transmitted over. Yi Fan was inwardly shaken. He simply didn't dare believe all of this. It was originally a crude set of weapons, but now it completely changed, becoming completely different. He saw a large cauldron, a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, representing the tangible traces of the Tao. He saw a large bell, the only one between heaven and earth, representing time and eternity. He saw an ancient pagoda that was divided into 9 layers, representing the 9 heavens. The space was boundless. Mirrors, furnaces, spears, swords, rods, and other weapons appeared one after another, each representing a type of mysterious natural law. They each had their own evolution of the world, profound and complex. Yi Fan was drawn in, his mind unable to shift away. He completely immersed himself, vaguely hearing someone chanting scriptures, transmitted from outer space, directly entering his sea of consciousness. He opened up his heart, his divine senses tranquil. He slowly comprehended and carefully observed, as if he was listening to the great Tao that opened the heavens. He was incomparably engrossed, his eyes filled with ancient weapons. However, when he tried his best to grasp it, he felt that it was a bit distant and indistinct, unable to approach. It was close at hand, yet it also seemed far away. Cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and other weapons rotated about. The carvings on the wall flickered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a jade wall. It gradually became sparkling and translucent, swallowing and sending out moonlight. Yi Fan was in a state of indifference. He stood in front of the stone wall, not moving at all. Between his brows, that small golden lake blazed brilliantly. A small golden person walked out and floated in front of his forehead. The golden little person was exactly the same as Yi Fan, staring at the stone engraving. Its entire body flickered with Tao patterns. Those were Tao imprints, and there was an indescribable charm to it. At this moment, the cauldron, bell, pagoda, furnace, mirror, spear, sword, and others all began to revolve, starting to reassemble. Then, they actually broke down, turning into a single word, soldier. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire universe shook. Yi Fan felt his eardrums ringing. A grand heavenly sound descended from outer space, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Every word was like a blade, every sentence like a sword, slashing at one's soul. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure it at all. It could practically tear apart one's heart and split open one's sea of consciousness. In Yi Fan's divine sense, the small golden person had already undergone the baptism of more than 10 heavenly tribulations and breathed in and out heavenly lightning. It had long been tempered, so it was able to withstand it. However, it still received the impact. It was as if there was an eternal immortal weapon suppressing it, causing it to receive an enormous shock. It almost wanted to roar towards the sky. Soldier's secret character. Yi Fan endured this kind of weapon approaching his body and the pain of being on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. He racked his brains and searched the entire main peak, but he still couldn't find it. In the end, he didn't expect to see the soldier's secret character of the 9 secret characters on the back mountain stone wall. This was an indescribable joy. The mountains and rivers were heavy, and there was no way out. In the end, he found the true scripture. The soldier's secret character was very different from the previous ones. It was like a world-shocking immortal weapon, each word striking at one's mind and shaking the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the scripture was very long. The main peak wasn't majestic, and it was only a few hundred meters taller than the other short mountains. Ancient trees swayed in the wind, and the moonlight flowed. It was very peaceful. Occasionally, there would be the cries of night birds, making it seem even more tranquil. Thunder rumbled in Yi Fan's ears. Every word was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the outside world was still very calm, and no one knew about any of this. In front of his forehead, that golden little person sat cross-legged. There was a Bodhi seed suspended above his head, and it emitted a light that connected with him to the soldier's secret character. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from this wonderful state. The divine moon was bright and gentle, and the back mountain was pure white, as if there were many divine feathers scattered around. This is the soldier's secret character. Compared to this, the imperial sword technique and the tool manipulation technique were just small tricks. This was the true divine weapon manipulation technique, and it gave the highest interpretation of how to control a tool. If one grasps this secret, even if the enemy has an imperial divine weapon, or even a sacred weapon, it is possible to seize it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. If one had such an invincible weapon, one could run amok in the world and become almost invincible. However, the soldier's secret character could be used to resist and seize a sacred weapon with one's bare hands. One could imagine that if one's cultivation was strong enough and reached a certain realm, one could even seize an extreme path emperor weapon. This was simply too shocking, and it made people tremble. This secret is too terrifying. Even an immortal holy land or an eternal celestial dynasty with an ancient emperor's weapon might not be invincible in this world. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. If a saint grasped the soldier's secret character, he might really be able to seize an extreme path emperor weapon. Weapons were the greatest reliance of cultivators, and they could infinitely increase one's battle prowess. However, once the soldier's secret character was revealed, it was a grievous news for many people, and it would break the balance. 9 secrets, every secret is so heaven-defying. No wonder the heavens were jealous of it, and it was broken up by others. Once this secret was completed, every grain of sand and stone in this world could be used as a weapon, and even the enemy's weapon could be used for oneself. It was indescribably wondrous. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The soldier's secret character was too terrifying, and he had to grasp it. In the future, it would have endless wondrous uses. However, this secret was very difficult to cultivate, and the conditions were extremely harsh. In order to control 10,000 weapons, one must first control one weapon and cultivate one's own immortal weapon. This was the foundation. After comprehending it, Yi Fan was very shocked. Sacrificing one's own immortal weapon was very similar to the one tool that he pursued in the past, but it was even more profound. The one and only immortal weapon was the foundation of the soldier's secret character, and it was the only tool for a cultivator to prove his Tao. Starting from sacrificing one's own weapon. Yi Fan was very excited. With the soldier's secret character in his hands, he could better refine the item for proving his Tao, the myriad Qi cauldron. He had only comprehended it for a moment, and he could already feel the terror of emperor divine weapons and legendary sacred weapons. They were living weapons, and in a sense, they were the continuation of the wielder's life. As for the extreme path emperor weapon, it was already heaven-defying, and it could steal the fortune of the heavens. It was indescribably profound, and it could only be understood when it evolved to that stage. Yi Fan silently comprehended it. The soldier's secret character was broad and profound. From refining a weapon, to nurturing it, to controlling it, it was all-encompassing. From the birth of a weapon to how to use it, it was extremely detailed. Using the soldier's secret character to refine my cauldron will allow it to reach perfection. The back mountain was very quiet, and not a single person came to disturb him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan raised his head. The bright moon shifted, and the stone walls dimmed. The army diagram disappeared. Yi Fan came to the Qin sect for 2 years, and today he finally obtained the 9 secrets he wanted. Speaking of which, he had to thank Princess Moon Spirit. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find it? The Qin sect leader's bloodline is indeed the descendant of the Kai clan. They have the spirit-crossing art and the soldier's secret character. They are extremely powerful. What other inheritances do they have? Yi Fan didn't leave. He always felt that the Qin sect had many secrets. Even the Azure Emperor from 10,000 years ago had acted against them. He really didn't know what secrets they had. It had to be said that the main peak of the Qin sect was a piece of pure land. As long as one didn't listen to the teachings of the supreme sect leader and the others, there was no need to worry about being purified. It was very suitable for cultivation. After that, Yi Fan kept an eye out while cultivating. He discovered that Princess Moon Spirit would change mountains after a period of time, but she would always be around the main peak and wouldn't be too far away. Not long after, he discovered that the sickly old man was also wandering around. However, he wasn't near the Qin sect. Instead, he entered the depths of the millions of mountains and frequently appeared in front of some lakes. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the sickly old man was searching for the immortal transformation pond. Every time he came across an ancient monument, he would jump into the lake and search for it. It was hard to determine whether the immortal transformation pond existed or not. Moreover, everyone said that the birth of the Azure Emperor added a tinge of mystery to it. In the boundless mountain range, there are hundreds of immortal transformation ponds. Only the heavens know which one is real, and they might all be fake. What is he trying to do? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had come to search for the immortal transformation pond, but none of them could determine which one was the real one. They had always returned in disappointment. One day, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but ask the sickly old man, "Elder brother, what are you searching for?" This old man was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't see through him. Previously, the old man had given him some pointers, telling him that the main peak had the deity transcending art and that he would most likely encounter misfortune if he went there. "I'm searching for an immortal fate. Unfortunately, it can only be discovered and not sought. It seems like there's no hope for me." The sickly old man sighed. Immortal transformation pond. What kind of immortal fate? Yi Fan was surprised. Do you know why the Azure Emperor was able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in the post-antiquity era, becoming the first person in 100,000 years? Could it be related to the immortal transformation pond? At the beginning, there was a great connection. He was born in the immortal transformation pond and obtained great benefits. The sickly old man was very mysterious and knew many secrets that no one knew about. His words caused people to be flabbergasted. That was an immortal transformation pond. Only the heavens know what kind of treasures were inside. The Azure Emperor was a green lotus. When he was born, he took root in the mud under the lake and planted himself on a piece of green copper. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the piece of green copper in his body. It was rumored that the Azure Emperor snatched it from the central continent before he passed away. It stirred up a huge commotion, and the 5 great regions were all stirred up. The Immortal Transformation Pond is a true immortal transformation pond. It has existed since the Archaic era and contains endless divine materials. There are even some immortal treasures within. According to what the sickly old man said, the green copper was an immortal treasure. It was just a fragment, but it could snatch luck from the heavens. Perhaps there were a few pieces in the immortal transformation pond. The Kai clan had a great opportunity, and there were people who entered the immortal transformation pond before. The sickly old man said. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that the secret of the Azure Emperor's extermination of the Kai clan was about to be revealed. The fog from 30,000 years ago was about to be blown away. The origins of this immortal transformation pond were terrifying. The sickly old man sighed lightly and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he talked about some other secrets and said, "At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak?" Seeing Wuxia's Tao become empty. More than 100,000 years ago, that great emperor wanted to use immortal treasures to refine an emperor bell, so he also came to the immortal transformation pond. The materials for the Wuxia bell were taken from the immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan was astonished. The sickly old man nodded and said, "It was a piece of immortal treasure that was submerged in the immortal transformation pond." Yi Fan was truly astonished. The refinement of the Wuxia bell had such a secret. Great Emperor Wuxia actually came to the immortal transformation pond. It seemed like this ancient pond was truly extraordinary. 2,000 years ago, an outsider riding on a green ox also entered the immortal transformation pond. Not long after, a monk who called himself Sakyamuni also entered. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Chapter 629. An elder riding an ox and the Sakyamuni Buddha had gone to the immortal transformation pond. This news shook Yi Fan's heart and made him think of many things. Coming from the other side of the starry sky, this moved him greatly. Yi Fan wanted to return to Earth, to his hometown, but these two could cross the starry sky. He had always yearned for this. "Elder brother, you know a lot. Can you tell me more?" He humbly asked for advice. It was hard to imagine how the old man knew about this. Could it be that he had seen these two people before? Yi Fan couldn't help but size him up. This old man had sparse hair and was no more than 50 years old. He looked sickly, but it was hard to say what period he was from. I saw it in a letter from a predecessor, so my knowledge is limited, said the old man. However, he still explained some details so that Yi Fan could understand more. Starting from the Azure Emperor to the Kai clan, it was hard to calm down because there were some secrets involved. The Immortal transformation pawn's origin was mysterious. No one knew what had happened in the past. Immortal treasures had sunk into the pond, shocking people but unobtainable. Perhaps there had been a great battle in the primordial era and a divine being had been born. Even the supreme imperial weapon was broken and fell into the Immortal transformation pond. Emperor Wuxia found a primal chaos stone in the pond and refined the immortal item inside, creating the Wuxia imperial bell. The bell's sound could shake the ancient with peerless power. Azure Emperor was originally a lotus that was born here. He took root on the green bronze piece and obtained great benefits. However, before he could take form, the green bronze piece was lost and left him. The demonic emperor was extremely talented. In the end, he didn't rely on external objects but himself to become an emperor in the post-primordial era, becoming one of the most powerful people in the past and future. The Kai clan also had a lucky person enter the Immortal transformation pond. 30,000 years ago, someone obtained a piece of green bronze using the army secret character and obtained great benefits from cultivating the army secret character. Hearing this, Yi Fan was moved. Could this be the reason why the Azure Emperor destroyed the Kai clan? A historical mystery surfaced just like that. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "Ancient martial emperors are all very courageous. They wouldn't wipe out an entire clan just because of this. There must be another reason." Yi Fan was puzzled. What other reason could there be? It was all because of the ancestor of the Kai clan. The Kai clan possessed the secret character, Bing, which was the highest secret art of Taoism, originating from the Eastern wilderness. In fact, some people had investigated and found that their ancestors had crossed over from the Eastern wilderness. This clan is inauspicious. Every 10 or 20,000 years, some strange things will happen, harming the people. That's why the Azure Emperor made a move. The Kai clan is inauspicious? When Yi Fan heard this, he was even more shocked. There were definitely many secrets to this. 70,000 years ago, their ancestor came to the Central Plains from the Eastern Wasteland in his later years. He went straight to the Qinling Mountains and wanted to bury himself in this special place. The sickly old man said slowly. The Qinling Mountains were 1,000,000 miles wide and boundless. However, compared to the vastness of the Central Plains, this was only a corner of its western region. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about the Qinling Mountains. There were many ancient tombs underground, and old corpses would often climb out of the tombs at night, swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This was the most widespread legend. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, who knew how many emperors and divine monks had been buried here? People were already used to it. It was said that those who were buried here could become undead immortals in the future. No one knew which ancient text recorded this, but it was recognized by some supreme characters. That was why later generations did this. The ancestor of the Kai clan came from the eastern wilderness in his later years and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. Originally, there was nothing much, but after he sealed the dragon's cave and made arrangements for his own funeral, many people were alarmed. During those days, the entire Qinling Mountains were filled with the cries of immortals and dragon energy. The scene was extremely shocking. However, it didn't last long before it disappeared and returned to normal. People knew that the ancestor of the Kai clan was an extraordinary person who could find the dragon vein and seal the immortals' cave. This clan is really inauspicious. The sickly old man continued. Not long after, the Kai clan of the Eastern Wasteland moved here. Their ancestor was still on his last breath, but no one dared to come close. He clearly had no more vitality, but it was difficult for him to die. He often left the Qinling Mountains and returned in the middle of the night. At that time, the clan saw many strange things. At that time, a great completion king from the Central Plains came to visit. A shocking thing happened. He was strangled to death by the ancestor of the Kai clan. A great completion king who lived for almost 4,000 years and was invincible in the world was strangled to death by a person whose vitality was withered and whose cultivation wasn't very strong. He only knew how to find the dragon's cave. This is like a fantasy. The sickly old man shook his head. Yi Fan was also stunned. He felt a chill down his spine because he felt that this was very familiar. It was like a legend. It was greatly related to him. In his final years, in his final moments, the place where he lived was dark all day. Red whirlwinds blew, strange and terrifying, and there were strange roars. The ancestor of the Kai clan only had one breath left, but he held on for more than half a year. All kinds of horrifying things happened, and even some of the clan's disciples were scared to death. In the end, no one dared to approach the place where he lived. He finally disappeared one night, leaving behind a letter with only a few words. If he couldn't be buried, his descendants would be in great trouble. The people of the Kai clan entered the Qinling Mountains and searched for decades, but they couldn't find his tomb. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the ancestors' later years were too strange. 8,000 years later, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, the ancestor of the Kai clan returned. Said the sickly old man. "What? How could he live for so long?" Yi Fan was shocked. He died a long time ago. In the black rain, people caught a glimpse of him. He looked exactly the same as the portrait in the clan. The only difference was that he had red hair. Yi Fan's scalp went cold. He was more and more convinced that this was related to him. This was one of those legends. He was no longer human. After a brief appearance, he disappeared into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, half of the Kai clan died in one night. Strange things happened to the survivors, and they often lost their minds, wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. After that, another 10,000 years passed. Similar things happened again, and they were even more terrifying. By that time, the Kai clan was very powerful, and the chaos was even greater. After things calmed down, they invited experts from the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Mountains, and the Eastern Wastelands to come and find out the truth. At that time, a golden arhat from the Western Desert personally came. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had found the largest dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains, an immortal burial ground. Unless his corpse was buried, it would be difficult to erase it. A dragon-seeking celestial master from the Central Plains was horrified. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years, and had no choice but to do so. He wanted to use the Qinling Immortal Cave to fight against some kind of existence. The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. He fled to the Central Plains, but couldn't escape. Even his descendants lost their lives. A chill ran down Yi Fan's spine. He had also studied the original heavenly book and had sensed the strangeness. In the future, he would most likely experience the same thing. When the time came, he didn't know how to resolve it. That's right. The ancestor of the Kai clan was the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. After he left, he buried the original heavenly book in the Eastern Wastelands. 20,000 years later, someone found it. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master personally came to the Central Plains, but he only sighed and left. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Was this fate? Why did the Yuan Taoist master end up like this in his later years? Just what kind of existence had come to find him, and he couldn't even escape to the Central Plains? In the Eastern Wastelands, there were a total of 5 Yuan Taoist masters. In their later years, all of them had experienced terrible things. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master escaped to the Central Plains, and he was the ancestor of the Kai clan. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master had tried his best and schemed for decades. He escaped into the absolute beginning forbidden zone and hid in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The terrain there was connected to a real dragon, and it was the true dragon's coffin-pulling cave. But in the end, he couldn't escape the disaster. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, disappeared in a night of ghostly wails. A young child was scared silly, and he was suspected to have entered the Purple Mountain, the place where Emperor Wuxia was buried. Without becoming an undead immortal, it's hard to erase him. Every 10 or 20,000 years, an inauspicious event will happen to the Kai clan. No matter where we escape to, we can't. The situation was complicated. 10,000 years ago, someone saw a red-haired humanoid walk out of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, countless lives had died in the Qinling Mountains. The ancestor of the Kai clan died 60,000 years ago, and his body hasn't been destroyed yet. He appeared again. Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, and he appeared in his own clan in the middle of the night. This ancient family is many times stronger than before, but they still can't resist the inauspicious. The Kai clan was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The reason is complicated. The Qing the Arch had entered the Qinling Mountains to search for the red-haired humanoid, but he couldn't find any traces of him. Otherwise, he would have wiped him out as well. In that case, he's still in this world. Yi Fan was horrified. As long as the corpse is not dismembered, one will not be free. There are many ancient tombs in the Qinling Mountains. The ancient people's words are not without reason. This place is very mysterious. Yi Fan was moved. The Yuan Taoist master couldn't live in peace even after his death. What kind of existence was that? Even the Arch had to take action to get rid of him. The sickly old man said, "There are no immortals in this world. It's almost impossible to become an undead immortal. However, he might not be able to live for long either. He must have been killed 10,000 years ago." What happened? 10,000 years ago, before the Qing the Arch died, he did many shocking things. He went deep into the ruins of God to seize the Desolation Pagoda and went to the middle ground to search for green copper. Finally, before he passed away, he wiped out the Kai clan with one finger. He even used the demon the Arch limitless mystical power to slash at the Qinling Mountains. The Qing the Arch didn't know where the red-haired humanoid was, but he sent a demon the Arch killing intent over. Even if he passed away, this killing intent wouldn't disappear unless it hit the enemy. Where did he send out the killing intent from? Yi Fan asked in shock. He sat in the eastern wilderness and moved the world with a single thought. The sickly old man said, "What?" Yi Fan was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was the Qing the Arch? The Qing the Arch is unfathomable. He was the only one to become an emperor in the post-antiquity era. Naturally, he stunned the world. "His strength is immeasurable," the sickly old man said. The great ancient emperors were in harmony with the Tao and the pulse of the world. They were too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. Even if they died, it would take tens of thousands of years for their Tao to disappear. At the same time, he was very surprised. Where did the sickly old man come from? Why did he know so many secrets? Even the divine dynasties didn't know these things. Damn fatty Duanda. Suddenly Yi Fan was surprised. He saw a familiar figure in the mountain range in front of him. "I'm afraid more people will come soon. The Immortal Transformation Pool and the Qinling Dragon Cave both have unimaginable heavenly fate," the sickly old man said. Yi Fan didn't expect that the red-haired humanoid in the Dragon Cave would be so valuable. It was very likely that it contained an immortal divine pill. The people from the Qishir Manor are also here. Not long after, some familiar figures appeared in front of him, including the Yaoguang Saint Child and the Jade Lake Saint Daughter. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and these people had made great progress. "Even Wang Teng is here." His eyes flickered. An ancient golden chariot shot into the sky. Wang Teng stood on it, crossing the sky like a celestial emperor. The dragon and phoenix roared, the white tiger leaped into the sky, and the black turtle covered the sea. It was extremely dazzling. The sickly old man said, "Not long ago, someone saw some old corpses moving in the Qinling Mountains. They speculated that the existence in the Dragon Cave should appear. Every time there's a movement in the Dragon Cave, the Immortal Transformation Pool will appear." This was a heavenly fate that caused a storm in the Central Plains. It could be expected that experts from all walks of life would appear in the Qinling Mountains. The Jioli Divine Dynasty is the most well-prepared. That Princess Yueling has been here for more than 2 years. It's not just for the 9 secrets. Chapter 630. There were 2 treasured lands in the Qinling Mountains. One was the Immortal Transformation Pool and the other was the ancient Dragon Cave. There was a rumor that obtaining one could prove one's Tao. There was no need to talk about the immortal transformation pool. Even the Azure Emperor was born in there. How many such amazing characters were there since ancient times? This was enough to explain everything. The Qinling Dragon Cave was not the strongest dragon cave in the Central Plains. Otherwise, why would ancient emperors compete to be buried here? It was because of the legend that one could become an undead immortal that there were so many tombs underground. Everything was because of the ancient dragon cave. Everyone wanted to be buried there, hoping that one day they could become an undead immortal and live forever in this world. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master's origin technique stole the fortune of the heaven and earth and calculated everything. No one could find the Qinling Dragon Cave since ancient times, but he found it and buried his body inside. After so many years, a total of 70,000 years, even a weed placed inside would have gained sentience, let alone a strange corpse. The sickly old man speculated that this Yuan Taoist master's body absorbed the moonlight and Qinling ancestral qi. It was nourished by the dragon cave and had long become immortal flesh with life-prolonging essences. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is yang, there is yin. Where there is life, there is death. This is clearly an ancient corpse, but it was nourished by the sun, moon, and the dragon cave. It has the secret of immortality. The virtuous paragon had already guessed that the third-generation Yuan Taoist master had formed a divine pill inside his body. Just like the moon holding a bit of yang, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and condensed a yang pill. After cultivating for 70,000 years, only the heavens knew how powerful the effect was. Some ancient sages speculated that it was an immortal pill that was easy for the human body to absorb. This was an extremely rare and immortal medicine that had no value. It was a small matter to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Its greater advantage was that it had the opportunity to prove one's Tao. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He originally hated the red-haired humanoid creature because it represented inauspiciousness, but now it seemed that it contained a supreme immortal treasure. The Qinling Dragon Cave is indeed comparable to the Dragon Transformation Pond. There are rare treasures here. Obtaining one can prove one's Tao. It seems that the saying is true. He was tempted. Rather than looking for the Dragon Transformation Pool, he might as well start from the ancient tomb. He had obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so he had a great advantage in this aspect. In particular, the cave where the third-generation Yuan Taoist master was buried would definitely follow the topographical observation method of the Book of Source of Heaven. If one analyzed it in detail, they would definitely find some clues. The sickly old man said, "There is a great dragon hidden in the Qinling Mountains, so naturally, there is also fantasy-grade divine marrow. If it's not in the immortal transformation pool, then it's in the dragon's cave." This was another shocking piece of information. The precious marrow produced by an ancient great dragon was definitely a top-level divine object. If it turned into a living creature, it would be comparable to an undying divine medicine. There had always been a legend in the world that claimed that the fantasy-grade divine marrow truly existed and had its own life. It was very likely that it was extremely powerful, but no one had ever seen it before. I have a feeling that something amazing will appear in the Qinling Mountains this time. Maybe the fantasy dragon marrow alone will be enough to make the 5 regions boil, Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I'm afraid that there will be a big mess." After so many years, it wouldn't be surprising if the fantasy-grade dragon marrow turned into a divine spirit. What? An ancient divine spirit that can compete with the great emperor. Yi Fan was shocked. If such a thing really existed, then no matter how many people came, they would all die. Li Heishui is here too. In the distance, Yi Fan saw Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtin. Their strength had increased by a large margin. Last time, Li Heishui was humiliated. Even though Yi Fan avenged him and killed all those people, he was still traumatized and cultivated with all his might for more than 2 years. Yi Fan gave all the coffin boards of the Tree of Enlightenment to Pang Bo and asked him to give one to Li Heishui. As expected, it played a big role. In the Qinling Mountains, There were towering mountains and ancient trees. Many of the ancient trees were as tall as the mountains and were flourishing. This was an ancient land full of vitality. The radius of 1,000,000 miles was only a small area for the Central Plains, but in reality, it was boundless. It was many times larger than the Earth on the other side of the starry sky. It's too vast. This ancient dragon is hiding underground. It's impossible to find it. Yi Fan finally understood how big the gap was between him and the Yuan Taoist master. The latter could seal the true dragon's ancient cave, but he couldn't even find the door. It's him. The sickly old man's expression froze as he looked ahead. The ancient trees swayed in the wind. There was a large lake in front of them. The waves were clear and crystalline, and the blue waves were boundless. It gave people a feeling of vastness and grandeur. There was a man in his 20s beside the lake. He was majestic and powerful, but his face was expressionless. His hair was disheveled, and he stood there like a fossil. Time drives people to grow old, and old friends are buried in the yellow earth. Even a proud son of heaven can't stop it, but he managed to avoid it and came to this world. The sickly old man said to himself. At this time, they were standing on the mountain range. They were still a dozen miles away from the lake, so they weren't worried about being discovered. You're talking about him? Yi Fan was surprised. The Central Emperor, a generation's hero, Xiang Yufei. At the age of 19, he suppressed all the heroes of the world and was the youngest emperor of the Central Plains. The sickly old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked. Just what was the background of this sickly old man? This tone was a bit off. Just how old was he? Who was the Central Emperor? He was a hero from 9,000 years ago. Although he had revived in the present, he hadn't seen many people. How could the sickly old man speak like this? You think too much. Who in this world can live 9,000 years? The sickly old man laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said, I've seen his life records, so I'm just a bit emotional. You really gave me a fright. Back then, the Central Plains was a land of heroes, and there were a few outstanding people. Unfortunately, other than Xiang Yufei, who was frozen by the Qishu Manor, the others have all returned to the dust. There's someone who can be compared to Xiang Yufei? Yi Fan was shocked. The appearance of such an outstanding person was enough to be recorded in the ancient books. There's another one who shocked both the past and the present. Unfortunately, if one continues on this path and never looks back, he can't resist the passage of time. The sickly old man sighed. Who is that person? Yi Fan asked. Gai Juyo. The sickly old man only spat out these 3 words. A trace of loneliness appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. It's him. Yi Fan immediately remembered. This was an extraordinary, unrivaled figure. 8,000 years ago, Gai Juyo was invincible in the world. No one in the 5 regions was a match for him. People thought that he could prove his Tao and become a great emperor, but he failed in the end. Qing the Arch had only died 2,000 years ago, and his Tao hadn't disappeared yet. This world couldn't give birth to a great emperor. Gai Juyo sighed and went to the eastern wasteland in his later years, finally buried in the soil. And now, a Xia Juyo appeared in the eastern wasteland, a stubborn and powerful little girl who obtained Gai Juyo's inheritance. Once the Juyo celestial song was played, it could shake the 9 heavens. Qing the Arch was really too powerful. He proved his Tao in the post-antiquity era and stepped on another path for the later generations. However, it was also because he was too powerful that his Tao couldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. It was difficult for others to become great emperors. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. From all the things he had done, this demonic the Arch was so powerful that even the people around him couldn't look up to him. What kind of realm had he reached? The water flows far away, and the waves wash away the heroes. The mountains are still green, and the sun has set a few times. The sickly old man shook his head and said, Gai Juyo was so outstanding. He walked all the way to the end and never looked back. He didn't accept the good intentions of the Qishu Manor and was defeated in the end. However, it's not shameful to be defeated by the dead Qing the Arch. Pressing forward with indomitable will. This is definitely a great man with unyielding character. Yi Fan sighed. In front, the central sovereign stood in front of the lake. He didn't move at all, as if he had lost his life. He silently stared at the lake like a dead tree. After a long time, it was still the same. Yi Fan was astonished and asked, "What is he doing there?" The sickly old man pondered and said, "In the past, Xiang Yufei died young. He wasn't even 20 years old. A girl died for him and jumped into the lake to commit suicide." With a loud roar, Xiang Yufei's figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was inconceivable. 9,000 years have passed. Even if he plucked the immortal divine medicine, it would be useless. He could only mourn the death of the girl he loved. The sickly old man shook his head. As expected, such a character has an unknown past and has his own story. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He walked with the sickly old man and saw many old friends along the way. In the end, he left alone and walked out of the great mountain. He wanted to collect some materials that only the Yuan Taoist master could use in preparation to explore the ancient dragon cave. Amidst the millions of Qinling mountains, there was an ancient capital. No one knew how long it had existed for. It was known as one of the 10 most ancient cities in the Central Plains, and its name was Qin City. The city walls were modeled and engraved with the traces of time. People came and went in the city in an endless stream. It was very prosperous. There were many commoners, but there were also many cultivators. Jugglers, medicine sellers, and all kinds of snacks rang out one after another. It was bustling with activity and bustling with activity. The atmosphere of the mortal world was boundless. Yi Fan spent 5 to 6 days and spent a lot of source energy. He visited many auction houses and only obtained a small amount of divine origin stone skin. It wasn't enough at all. The ancient dragon cave contained the illusory divine marrow and buried the 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master. Only heaven knew what kind of strange things were inside. He needed all kinds of materials and had to use the 6 seals to refine it. On the 7th day, Yi Fan walked towards the famous Tiandu Pavilion in Qin City. It was a super treasure house with a total of 9 floors. All kinds of rare and precious items were on sale. Even from afar, he could hear the sound of argument. In front of the majestic Tiandu Pavilion, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other. Yi Fan was startled. There were many old friends in front of the Tiandu Pavilion. The situation was a little tense. One of them was Li Heishui's group, including Pang Bo. The other side was led by a young man. He was Wang Teng's younger brother, the little monster who was already 11 years old. He was very domineering. He stood in the air and looked down at Jiang Huairan and Lu Ko. Beside him, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them were very powerful. They were all saints and saintesses in the dragon transformation's secret realm. One of the women mocked Li Heishui's group and tried to provoke Wang Chang's group to attack. Is the Yin-Yang sect going to change the saintess for the 3rd time? Pang Bo said without mercy. Another man glanced at them in disdain and said, "There's no point in exposing us like this. If we really fight, do you think you can survive? Yin-Yang saint, you have to be careful with your words. You have to learn from your mistakes." Yin-Yang saint sneered and said, "Are you talking about that saintess? He has been holed up for more than 2 years and doesn't even dare to come out. It's a pity that we have so many experts who want to take his life but don't know where he is." They did not attack because the Ji siblings were here too. They stood on the other side of Pang Bo. Even Wang Chong was afraid of them. The Yin-Yang sect has chosen another saint. Don't you guys find it annoying? I don't think there's a need to exist at all. Yi Fan smiled and walked over from afar. Chapter 631. Who are you? Yin-Yang saint's expression darkened. This was the death of the Yin-Yang sect, and he hated it the most. On the side, the saints and saintesses also looked over with unfriendly expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. "You're just a passerby. Do you want to destroy my sect?" Yi Fan smiled. "I don't even need to think to know that you're standing up for those people. You're looking down on us." "How arrogant," Yin-Yang saint said coldly. He pulled Wang Teng and the others in, wanting to unite against a common enemy. On the side, Ji Ziyue's eyes blinked as she stared at Yi Fan suspiciously. She wrinkled her nose slightly as she observed his every move. 2 years had passed, but she had not changed much. She was the same as before. Her eyes were as large as black gemstones, and they were very lively. Her eyelashes were very long, and she had a pair of dimples on her face. She looked mischievous and cute. On the other side, Jianghu's black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were straight, and his tiger-like eyes were full of spirit. His God King aura was even thicker, and he used a secret treasure to hide his cultivation. What shocked Yi Fan the most was Pang Bo, who had reached the 8th transformation of dragon transformation just like him. Yi Fan had no idea how Pang Bo cultivated. He was not slower than Yi Fan at all. Pang Bo was naturally burly, 1 or 2 heads taller than Yi Fan. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arm was as thick as someone else's leg. He was strong and powerful. How did you improve so quickly? Did you go mad? Yi Fan could not help but secretly send a message. Yi, it's you? Pang Bo was overjoyed as he replied secretly. Now, Yi Fan looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was delicate and spirited, like an otherworldly immortal. He had consumed a saint medicine, so he always looked like a teenager. Luckily, he was no longer 15 or 16 years old like before. Now, he was finally a little older. The influence of the saint medicine was evident. Yi Fan entered Qin City and naturally concealed his true appearance. He did not want any problems to occur. He secretly sent a message. How did you improve so quickly? Pang Bo was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. He didn't show it as he secretly howled, for the sake of cultivation, I'm going all out. I've eaten a huge piece of coffin board these past 2 years. As soon as he said that, Yi Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He didn't expect Pang Bo's temperament to be so fierce. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any restraint. He snatched half of the undying Heavenly Emperor's coffin and brought it out. In the end, he gave the rest to Pang Bo, because he had the Bodhi seed and didn't need to use it. Pang Bo had given Li Heishui a piece. As for the rest, other than meditating, he had swallowed a piece and completely refined it in the past 2 years. You're really something. Yi Fan could only say that. But after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't worried, because it was definitely a treasure that could be eaten. Before the Archean era, the undying Heavenly Emperor was worshipped by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. He was the best in the world. He cut down the tree of enlightenment and refined it into a coffin. All of these were the extravagance of a divine spirit. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had done this. What was the ancient tree of enlightenment? This was an undying tree, the world's rarest spiritual root. Even the leaves it produced could be used to comprehend the Tao. There were great Tao imprints on them, let alone its main trunk. Motherfucker, I've suffered retribution. I ate a piece of the coffin and suffered quite a few lightning strikes these past 2 years. Pang Bo was incredibly furious. Yi Fan was almost speechless. This brother of his was too fierce, eating a heavenly tribulation. This was enough to prove the wonders of the ancient tree of enlightenment. There were many great Tao fragments within. It's fine as long as your cultivation can advance. Correct, that's what I was thinking too. I even left a large piece for you. When the time comes, we can eat it together. Pang Bo laughed. Forget it, I don't need it. You ate the rest as well. Yi Fan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Last time, I was scolded by that blind old man. He scolded me for wasting natural resources, saying how can this undying tree be eaten? If it is passed down, it can flourish a large sect, Pang Bo said. The blind old man carried the heaven-devouring demon jar and went to the unique scholar residence several times to support the little bandit. This was why Wang Chong and the others were fearful and did not dare to make a move. Why are you in a daze? Are you scared out of your wits? Someone beside him mocked. Yi Fan had not responded for a long time, so no one knew what he was thinking. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I've come to pay my respects and apologize, and I won't argue with you, Wang Chong said. Little brat, stay where you are. Yi Fan stopped transmitting his voice to Pang Bo and walked toward the dozen or so saints alone. You're too arrogant. Do you know who these people are? Do you have no respect for anyone here? The yin-yang saint fanned the flames, hoping that Wang Chong and the others would attack together. The Yin-Yang sect really doesn't learn from their mistakes. They always choose saints. Aren't they a laughingstock? Do they want to elect a fourth saint? Yi Fan said casually. You deserve to die. The Yin-Yang saint's face darkened. That saint won't live long. He can't hide like a tortoise for the rest of his life. It's too troublesome to change. I think the Yin-Yang sect doesn't need saints, Yi Fan said. He took a step forward and slashed down with a large hand. Everyone was shocked. He seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, making it difficult to defend against. His speed was too fast. A crystal-clear palm fell like jade. The Yin-Yang saint had nowhere to hide and raised his hands to meet the attack. In the air, the crystal-clear palm and fingers flowed with Dao patterns. There were runes flashing. That was the power of Dao. With a soft sound, the saint's hands broke inch by inch like they were made of paper. Then he collapsed. He was powerless to resist the large hand in the air. The Yin-Yang saint didn't even have time to scream. The palm landed on his head and crushed him into meat paste. Even his bones melted. He didn't look like a human anymore. The people around all retreated quickly. They broke out in a cold sweat. That was the saint of the Yin-Yang sect. He was killed with a single slap. It was shocking. The scene was noisy. Li Heishui and the others were naturally happy, but the other side was uneasy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but retreat in fear. After the clamor, everyone knew that the Yin-Yang sect was going crazy. In just a few years, 3 saints had died. This was too shameful. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the middle ground. You're too unkind. The old leader of the Yin-Yang sect is about to die. He didn't die, but he's going to die because of you, Pang Bo said with a chuckle. They always want to find trouble with me. They want to get rid of me immediately. I have no choice but to make sure they don't dare to choose any more saints in the future. Yi Fan smiled. Then he walked forward step by step, forcing Wang Chong and the others. The dozen saints retreated together. No one dared to face him head-on. They were all a little afraid. Wang Teng had personally suppressed the little monster in the past. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he was still very arrogant, but he was much stronger than 2 years ago. He didn't dare to be stubborn. There were many cultivators in Qin City. They were all shocked. They didn't expect a young man to force more than a dozen talents from the 5 regions to retreat. None of them dared to attack. Don't push me too far. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. Yi Fan was unmoved. He pushed out with his palm. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves, the dozen people all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Only Wang Chong was unharmed. He was blocked by 2 powerful ancient creatures. One seemed to be made of gold and was 3 meters tall. The other seemed to be made of silver and was very powerful. In the end, the battle didn't continue. A golden chariot flew across the sky. Wang Teng rushed into the depths of the Qin Mountains like a celestial emperor. Master received a secret report. There's an important clue. Let's go. The 2 ancient creatures brought Wang Chong far away. Don't tell me Wang Ting knows about the place we discovered? Pang Bo exclaimed. Ayaya, let's go quickly. We can't let someone beat us to it. Anyway, the things we need are almost ready. Let's go back quickly. Ji Ziyue shouted. What did you guys find? Yi Fan was surprised. I saw the mark of a monk and a mark left by a man riding a bull. It leads to a lake that is about to dry up. Pang Bo said. What? Yi Fan exclaimed. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to Li Heishui and the others. They were so surprised that they almost cried out. They were especially enthusiastic when old friends met. Not long after, they left Qin City and went deep into the Qin Mountains. They hurried to the mysterious place that Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui discovered. It had to be said that Ji Ziyue's spiritual sense was too sharp. After traveling for less than 15 minutes, she wrinkled her nose and ground her teeth. She grabbed Yi Fan and said, It's you. Why did you hide it? Do you think we're outsiders? I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan revealed his true appearance and pinched her nose. He smiled. I'm afraid of being beaten up by your adults. You dare pinch me? Ji Ziyue ground her teeth and blinked her large black eyes as she grabbed Yi Fan's ear. Let go. Yi Fan pinched her nose. On the other side, the god king of the eastern wilderness, Jianghu, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something, but he also wanted to push Yi Fan to the side. He couldn't help but stride over. Your little sister is pulling my ear. I didn't hurt her. Hurry and make her let go. Yi Fan spoke first. Take your hand away from my sister's nose. Jianghu said with a dark expression. Jianghu, I saved your life. Be polite to your benefactor. Yi Fan mumbled. That's two different things. Jianghu was usually very wise, but at this moment, the veins on his forehead were popping. Jianghu's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed nonstop. She pulled Yi Fan's ear a few times and floated away agilely. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the rest also laughed, harboring evil intentions. Only Jianghu and Yi Fan glared at each other. Not long after, they crossed the void and entered the depths of the Qinling Mountains. They came to a stone forest where there was a dried-up lake. On a boulder, they saw the mark of a monk, and on the other side, they saw the mark of an old man riding a green ox. If there's no accident, this should be Sakyamuni, and the other one riding a green bull is Laozi. Purple qi comes from the east, even the stone walls have purple qi. Yi Fan was moved. This. Pang Bo was shocked. Only he and Yi Fan knew the significance of these two names. The ancients from 2,500 years ago had actually appeared on this side of the cosmos. Where were they going along the ancient path of the cosmos? Laozi left Hangu Pass and disappeared from China since ancient times. Who would have thought that he would pass here? Pang Bo found it unbelievable. Laozi's path to the west was really too far. Could this be the immortal transformation pool? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 632. The stone forest was huge and the rocks were all of different shapes and sizes. Some looked like a crouching bull, some like a green tiger, and some like a coiling phoenix. In front of him, there was a pond. It was originally a lake, but it was almost dried up. Could it be a celestial pond? Yi Fan wasn't sure. It didn't seem possible. How could a celestial pond dry up? Sakyamuni's imprint was very clear. His face was benevolent and dignified. He had the bearing of a wise sage and had the aura of someone being pitied. Some say he is the revered one, but others say he isn't. The traitor might be related to him. Some say he is the demon shell of the Buddha. He recalled the words of the white-robed nun. Sakyamuni had an extraordinary identity in this world. The reason for this was complicated and he still couldn't understand it. On Earth, if one talked about Buddhism, they would have to mention Sakyamuni. However, in this world, it was too ironic. This founder had become a traitor and was even an opposing demon. An elder of our Ji family saw one of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni 1,000 years ago. At that time, that Buddha had just returned from overseas. Ji Ziyue muttered softly. Outside the 5 regions was an endless ocean. There were even islands scattered all over. Some said that there were divine islands in the vast ocean with supreme experts hidden within. There were even ancient emperors who had never been heard of before. Some even said that in the ocean that was even vaster than the 5 regions, there might be celestial islands that gave birth to gods. The main reason was that the ocean was too big. It was even vaster than the 5 regions. No one could cross the ocean to the end. People were filled with reverence for it. One of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni, he crossed the ocean and returned. Yi Fan's heart moved. He thought about Miaoi's words. Didn't she say the same thing when she gave him the Nirvana scripture? How is that person's cultivation? Pang Bo asked. Unfathomable. At that time, a grand elder faced him and couldn't see through him at all. It was like facing the abyss. Ji Ziyue said. This was something she had only found out recently. The great Sakyamuni was called Buddha in another world, but here, he is a traitor. How ironic. Pang Bo shook his head. Yi Fan thought about the Buddhism of his homeland. Although it was said that it was created by Sakyamuni, there were already Buddhists before that. Rather than saying that it was created, it was better to say that it was developed. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that when Shakyamuni was traveling, he saw Buddhists sacrificing themselves to cultivate. He thought that it was not the right way, and from then on, the Tathagata Dharma was created. Yi Fan gradually made a bold association. Earth had a history of annihilation. Not to mention the most mysterious ancient China, ancient India also had an extraordinary past. If Buddhism existed long ago and was born before Sakyamuni, would there be Buddhist sages who came to the other side with the help of the star door left by the ancients? If that was the case, there were too many possibilities. A corner of many mysteries would be revealed. In an instant, Yi Fan thought of the Paramitha, which was an extraordinary term in Buddhism. Has Earth really lost a part of its records? Has a part of history been annihilated? Perhaps this part of history is extremely long and not as simple as a few thousand years. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the people of this world had gone to Earth along the ancient starry sky path and founded Buddhism. Later on, Sakyamuni came here to find the origin. Yi Fan thought of too many things. The ancient starry sky path was endless and far. It was definitely not built by one or two ancient stars. It involved many star regions. Where did the path of the ancients lead to? Look, the imprints he left behind are very particular. They are formed by a strange character that can't be seen, Li Heishui said. The others gathered around and were secretly shocked. The small characters were very fine, and it was difficult to see them clearly even with the divine eyes. They were too small and combined to form a human figure. It's Sanskrit, Pengbo said. He and Yi Fan looked at each other in dismay. These were ancient Indian characters, and they couldn't recognize any of them. No wonder. He left an imprint on the holy cliff, and there are also Sanskrit characters here. He left it for later generations, Yi Fan said thoughtfully. Last time, they were too careless and didn't see through the imprint on the holy cliff. There were actually many small characters gathered together, and this should be for the people from ancient India to see. Did they expect that later generations would follow in their footsteps? Where did they go to now? Yi Fan and Pang Bo squatted there and stared at each other. These were the characters left behind by Tathagata, and most likely contained the secrets of the starry sky. Yet, they couldn't recognize any of them. Why is it Sanskrit? The two asked the heavens speechlessly. In the distant past, Earth didn't just have one Buddha. At the very least, there was an ancient person with great wisdom in the same generation. 2,500 years ago, ancient China was a place where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. All of them were extremely talented, and each of them was famous throughout the ages. They left an indelible mark in the sky of history. Just Laozi alone was comparable to Buddha. Sakyamuni was a deity with great divine abilities and great wisdom. There was no doubt that Laozi was also a person who was both a human and a god. They quickly stood up and impatiently arrived in front of the other imprint. The old man riding the green ox was leisurely heading west in an indifferent manner. As expected, there were also small characters carved together to form this picture of a green ox carrying a saint. It was also an explanation for the future generations. These two ancient people definitely wouldn't leave imprints randomly. They most likely knew that there would be future generations who recorded the path they had taken. Quickly, look at what's written, Pang Bo urged. He couldn't understand a single word. Although Yi Fan had some knowledge of ancient texts, he also frowned at this moment. A small portion of it was written in the Bell Cauldron script, and some of it was written in the Oracle Bone script. Not to mention him, even an old pedant who was proficient in this field wouldn't be able to read it word by word. Even on Earth, these two languages hadn't been completely deciphered. West out of Jianghu Pass. He could only make out this continuous sentence. There were other words that were separated, such as Great Emperor, Ancient Road, Domain, Immortal, Ziwei Ancient Star, North Star, etc. This old man is too awesome. West out of Jianghu Pass, and as he walked, he entered the realm of stars. Pang Bo was speechless. There was a record in an ancient book. Laozi traveled to the west. Pass Magistrate Yi, she saw violet energy floating in the pass, and Laozi passed by riding the green ox. The last time Laozi appeared in ancient China was at Jianghu Pass. Purple energy came from the east, and he left behind the 5,000 words of Tao Te Ching. She remembered it, and he never appeared in this world again. Yi Fan also sighed. On the other side of the starry sky, he had never thought about Laozi. He only thought of him as an ancient person with great wisdom. But now, he had to admit that he was a cultivator who had entered the starry sky and arrived at the other side. Buddha and Laozi were almost born in the same era, and they were both people from 2,500 years ago. Was this a coincidence? They went to the realm of stars through the stargate left by the ancient people. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 2,000 years ago, the Buddhists on earth were born in almost the same era, and there was not much difference between them. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of mystery? There was Buddhism in this world, but it wasn't the Buddhism of Buddha Gautama Buddha. It was understandable to revere Amitabha, and there was also this saying on earth. However, there was also Taoism in this world, but it wasn't the Tao of Laozi, and it was difficult to trace back to its origin. Who created Taoism? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. It's too complicated. The masters of Taoism are like wild cranes and clouds. They left behind their teachings and passed down their secret arts, but they are not as unified as Buddhism. They are very loose, and it is difficult to find the origin. Ji Haoyue shook his head. As for Taoism, it was difficult to say when it had been created, not to mention this world, even on the other side of the realm of stars. If one were to talk about Taoism, they would have to talk about the teachings of Elder Huang, and if one were to talk about Elder Huang, they would have to go back in time. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago, but the Huang in Elder Huang was a person from 4,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago. The Taoism named by later generations could, in fact, be traced back infinitely. In the long river of history, it was difficult to find the end. Laozi didn't leave many traces in this world. If he went along the ancient starry road, where did he go? The starry door left by the ancients led to an endless and unknown place. Where was the end? Yi Fan didn't know, but at least he felt that this world wasn't the end, and there were still ancient stars ahead. There was a picture in the bronze coffin. At that time, he and Pang Bo had seen it with their own eyes. It was a bright starry sky, and the Earth and the Big Dipper were only a corner of it. There was still a wider road ahead. 2,500 years ago, the Buddhists were born, and they were extremely brilliant. It was a very glorious era. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Since Laozi and Buddha were almost gods, how could those outstanding figures of the same era be ordinary? Unfortunately, they were like fireworks at the end of the era. Since then, gods gradually faded away, and even if they did exist, they were man-made. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, the last group of ancient sages on Earth made a decision to leave the old haunt and go along the ancient starry road? In ancient China, the Ziwei star, the 4 symbols, and the 28 star domains were a vast sky map. Should they pass through the ancient starry road opened by the ancients? Where was the end? There were people who were far more ancient than Laozi, as well as the 72 ancient kings who were worshipping on Mount Tai. Did they enter the star domain one step earlier and go to the end of the starry sky? The ancients lived for hundreds of years in spring and autumn, yet their movements never faltered. Just how far back was the ancient era mentioned by the Yellow Emperor? For modern people, the Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and he was already an ancient emperor. What kind of period was the ancient era he was lamenting? How many past events had been annihilated in ancient China? It was very likely that a vast ancient history was covered in dust over the years. When could it be unraveled? Yi Fan was lost in thought, and his mind wandered far and wide. In this vast star domain, just how many ancient stars were there with life? Were the stars mentioned in ancient China a kind of enlightenment, or did they represent an even more important meaning? Earth, Mars, Ziwei? Ancient stars after ancient stars, where was the origin, and where was the end? What was the meaning of this ancient road? Where did it lead to? What kind of place was it? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, did they die in battle and return to their homeland, or did they travel aimlessly? On the 5-colored sacrificial altar, the 9 dragons traversed the dark and cold sky. The origin was unknown, and the road ahead was unknown. Who was it picking up? Would it set sail one day? Chapter 633. Yi Fan was at a loss. There were many ancient stars in the boundless star field. Where did the ancient path lead to? He and Pang Bo glanced at each other and thought of many things. This ancient star was definitely not the end. It was very likely to be a relay station. If they wanted to advance and return home, the only way was to transcend and become stronger. Only then could they leave this world. Otherwise, it would be like being trapped in a cage. Just how many secrets were there in the vast universe and boundless starry sky? Where did the Preaching Chi practitioners go after leaving Earth? Sigh, don't think too much. We have no intention of joining in the fun with those ancient sages. Returning home is the right path. Pang Bo sighed. Now, it was useless even if they had such thoughts. If they wanted to enter the star field, they had to at least be on par with the ancient saints. Otherwise, they could only rely on the five-colored altar. Maybe there are other stargates and not just the altar in the forbidden ancient land. If we want to go home, we need to understand this world. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Ji Haoyue used the divination divine art to calculate. He couldn't find anything even after looking at the two seals. This was a special talent of the divine body and was very useful in battle. In the end, they left this place and walked forward. Mist rose from the dried-up lake. It didn't seem far away, but it was difficult to approach. It's not simple at all. Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. We've already been here once, but we couldn't go over. We specially prepared some materials that can break through the fabricated formation patterns. Let's try breaking through it. Li Heishui said. Jiang Huairen, Wu Zhongtian, and Lu Ko took action. They took out some star stones and withered dragon wood to fill the space in front of the stone forest and threw them into the lake. The mist lingered and didn't weaken at all. As they got closer, it became thicker. The dry lake with only a puddle was gradually covered in mist, covering the entire stone forest. This won't do. It's the same as last time. We can't go through. Pang Bo frowned. The mist was very thick and quickly drowned the area. It made people lose their sense of direction. They had no choice but to retreat. This place was very strange. They grabbed a lone wolf and chased it into the mist. It melted in an instant and vanished into thin air. Not even its flesh and bones remained. It was very terrifying. This place is really strange. They took out their magic treasures, and not long after, they also let out cracking sounds as they were destroyed in the mist. Could it really be the Immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan's heart thumped with excitement. If it was the Immortal transformation pond, then there would be great opportunities. It had already dried up, becoming a small puddle. If there were immortal treasures, they could easily find them and obtain them. Sakyamuni, I've been here before. Maybe it really is the Qinling Celestial Pond, the birthplace of the Azure Emperor. Pang Bo rubbed his hands. Since primordial times, who knows how many divine objects have sunk into the celestial pool. Legend has it that there are broken emperor weapons and immortal treasures. Ji Ziyue knew a lot. Her black eyes flashed with spiritual light. Don't act rashly. Let me take a closer look. Yi Fan retreated and observed the mountain from afar. Stone forests grew thickly, and precipices soared high into the sky. There was little green vegetation near the dried lake, but the surrounding mountains were full of vitality. This place is very unusual. Why do I find it more and more familiar the more I look at it? He mumbled. No one disturbed him because they all knew that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. He could be considered an authoritative figure in the study of mountains and rivers. This is the land of immortal ascension. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This terrain was very similar to the one recorded in the Heavenly Source book. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. The others were shocked. Just from the name, they could tell that it was not an ordinary land. It was definitely incomparably mystical. It was most likely close to the Immortal transformation pond. As the name suggests, this is a rare and wondrous land. It is connected to a celestial land. The journey will be difficult and dangerous. Although it was recorded in the Heavenly Source book, the land of immortal ascension was only a legend. They had never seen it before. Even the Yuan Taoist master had not been fortunate enough to see it. They could only speculate about the terrain. There was a path like this in the Qinling Mountains. Without a doubt, it led to the Immortal Transformation Pond. The so-called Road of Immortal Ascension must have originated from there. Is it easy to pass? Jianghu asked hopefully. 9 deaths and 1 life. It is equivalent to rushing through a trial of death. It is extremely difficult to pass. Yifan said. This place was not inferior to the various dangerous lands of the eastern wasteland. Could it be that we can only watch helplessly? The Immortal Transformation Pond might be up ahead. Since the archaic times, who knows how many pieces of immortal treasures have sunk into it. The land of immortal ascension was definitely a terrifying place that cut off the path of mortals. Otherwise, if everyone ascended there, how could it be considered an immortal land? We can give it a try. Now that it has appeared on its own, the danger should be reduced to the lowest. There is quite a bit of hope. The land of immortal ascension was normally not visible. It was hidden in the void all year round. Only those who cultivated the heavenly eye could see it, but it was still extremely difficult. It would only appear in the mortal world every 10,000 years and take form. Only then could the people of the world see some traces of it. Yi Fan finally understood why no one could find the Immortal Transformation Pond. It only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was located in the void and did not belong to the mortal world at all. It was an immortal land not only in name but also in reality. It is as if it descended from another world. This was also a chance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he used the heavenly eye to capture traces of it, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Each time it appeared on its own, it would weaken and wouldn't be that terrifying. If one's methods were good, they would be able to pass through. If we use an ancient saint weapon to open the path, we should be able to enter. Yi Fan said. Apart from this, is there no other way? Pang Bo was really unwilling. Brother, go and report to the family head. We will definitely be able to invite a saint weapon out. Ji Ziyue blinked her eyes and said, Didn't we agree long ago? If we get anything from this place, we will split it equally. If we invite those old things from your family, we will also invite the bandit grandfathers. Li Heishui said, If they really alerted the Ji family, the few of them would definitely run. Even if they invited their grandfathers over, they would have to bring the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Don't rush, let me try to open a path. Yi Fan said. According to the records of the Book of Origin, he observed the surrounding mountains and rivers and felt the pulse of the world here. He kept deducing and carving many heaven origin patterns on the ground. After a long time, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the dried-up lake step by step. Genesis Heaven Rune Network automatically appeared under his feet, flashing like a star field. Yi Zi, are you confident? If you can't, then don't go. Pang Bo tried to dissuade him, afraid that he would be in danger. Don't worry, I am just testing. I definitely won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan smiled. You have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Ji Ziyue warned softly. She wrinkled her pretty nose and waved her snow-white hand. Little Yi Zi, you have to be careful. Li Heishui and the others also reminded. Not long later, Yi Fan's voice came from the mist, telling them to enter. He judged that this path was feasible. At most, they could retreat. Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others all entered the mist. It was as if they were standing in the clouds, sizing up their surroundings. The mist was so thick that they couldn't even see each other. It was very strange and made them feel uneasy. The heaven resentment pattern under Yi Fan's feet flickered. It was complex and profound. He became one with the pulse of the earth and obtained the path and secrets he wanted to know. The few of them followed closely behind, walking forward step by step. They were nervous and excited. After all, they were getting close to the legendary celestial transformation pond, the birthplace of the Azure the Arch. The green copper piece was also immersed in this place. As for what else was there, no one could say for sure. It gave them endless anticipation. Don't stray too far from me. You have to be within 30 meters of me. Otherwise, even if a powerhouse takes the wrong path, he will turn into pus and blood. Yi Fan reminded them solemnly. It's that scary? Jiang Huiran muttered. Even powerhouses could be turned into cramps. No, we have entered the dried-up lake. Why is there no water at all? Why does it feel like we are stepping on a mountain? Wu Zhongtian was suspicious. Yi Fan said, everything we see is mostly fabricated and not real. Unless one cultivates the heavenly eye, it will be hard to see through it. They carefully followed behind Yi Fan and seemed to be following his footprints. After advancing for a quarter of an hour, they had traveled quite a distance. The mist became even thicker. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong. They couldn't say what was going on. It was too quiet along the way, and there was a strange aura. Damn it, there's one more person among us. Pangbo was scared. When these words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. There were clearly 8 people, but now there was a 9th person following them. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see clearly even if they stood very close. A humanoid creature was standing among them, and they didn't know which one was the latecomer. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. There was actually one more person. This wasn't a good sign. They could vaguely smell a rotting smell. Heng! Ji Haoyue snorted coldly. A string of blood beads shot out from his finger. It was like a rainbow that illuminated the mist and penetrated through. A mournful cry like the wailing of a malicious ghost rang out. The humanoid creature in the mist was shot through, and it staggered and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, that terrifying cry was still echoing out, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was like the curse of a 1,000-year-old malicious ghost, cold and venomous. That creature is very strong, not weaker than a first-layer immortal. Brother Haoyue actually scared it away with a flick of your finger. Yi Fan was shocked. Divine blood can destroy evil, it's just a rotting corpse. Actually, the saint blood in your body can also be used, you can turn it into ashes, Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue was very sharp. Her big black eyes swiveled as she mumbled, why do I feel that it doesn't seem like we entered the immortal pond? If not, why would there be such a dead spirit? It's not strange to have these on the way to the immortal ascension land, Yi Fan explained. An hour later, they walked out of the mist. In front of them, the sunset glow was like blood, dyeing the sky red. At the same time, there was also a faint golden glow. What is this place? When we were observing the terrain from the outside, we didn't see such a landscape at all. Li Heishui frowned. This is the true appearance of this place. Everything we saw before was just an illusion, Yi Fan said. The terrain here was extraordinary. The mountains were majestic and the valleys were vast. Draconic chi lingered around the mountains, and it was a magnificent scene. Bang! The ground in front of them split open, and a tattered wooden coffin appeared. A huge hand covered in red hair stretched out and crawled out. What is this place? Is it really a place of immortal ascension? Why did another dead spirit appear? This is simply like a burial ground. Jianghu felt goosebumps. This was a huge corpse. Under the blood-colored setting sun, it looked extremely horrifying. Its eyes were lifeless as it closed in on them. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, 8 or 9 golden beads of blood flew out and landed on its body. With a chi-la sound, golden flames ignited, burning it until it howled miserably as it flew away. In the distance, there were more than 10 silver-winged yikshaws. Their bodies seemed to be cast from silver and flickered with metallic luster. However, they didn't dare to approach. They stared fixedly at Yi Fan. After advancing for a short while, an enormous mountain appeared in front of them. At the top was a pool of water that flickered with radiance under the setting sun. It flowed with a dreamy radiance. Immortal pool, it must be the immortal transformation pool. The others were all excited. Something's not right. Look, there's another wondrous place not far away. Pangbo pointed to the other side. Beside it was a great peak, and on it was an ancient cave that took in and spat out draconic chi. It stirred one's mind. There were 2 banana trees that were who knew how many tens of thousands of years old. Green multicolored light flickered as they grew on both sides of the ancient cave. Qinling Mountain's ancient dragon cave. Yi Fan was shaken. The 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master might be buried inside. Chapter 634. The Immortal Transformation Pond and the ancient Dragon Cave existed side by side, not that far from each other. This shocked everyone. Two pure lands that were coveted by the people of the world were in the same place. No wonder they always appear one after the other. Turns out they are both in the Immortal Ascension land. This is almost the legendary Yin and Yang acupoint. Not to mention someone like Yi Fan who was proficient in origin techniques, even the others could see that this was a natural Yin and Yang divine land. The Immortal Transformation Pond was at the peak of an enormous mountain. It was extremely spacious and the water could be seen. Multicolored light flowed about and surged outwards. Yang energy was extremely heavy, rushing over like heavenly flames. On the other side of the great peak, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain took in and sent out draconic energy. Even though it was divine, there was a type of great Yin true force flowing about. Qinling's ancient great dragon is moving. The others were shocked. The great peak where the dragon cave wasn't stationary, but was moving at a speed that normal people couldn't see. It was extremely special. We found the Immortal Transformation Pond just like that, and we even saw Qinling's #1 ancient cave. It really is a bit inconceivable. They all felt that this was a bit unreal. This was a great immortal opportunity that made them feel like they were suffocating. At this moment, Yi Fan frowned. Even though they were only a dozen or so li away, every step forward would be filled with killing intent. It wasn't that easy to approach. Difficult to cross the heavenly moat, this is a road of death that is difficult to cross. He solemnly reminded everyone not to act blindly without thinking and to absolutely not advance. Even though the Immortal Ascension land had weakened endlessly, the final part of the journey was still extremely terrifying. It was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was known as crossing the heavenly moat. 100 li of death trial, 90 li of immortal ascension, and 10 li of crossing the heavenly moat. Even saints find it difficult to cross these last 10 li. It's that serious? The others felt a chill run down their spines. Every step forward was equivalent to crossing a trial of death. It's even more serious than what I said. Crossing the heavenly moat can also be said to be impossible for immortals to cross. It is one of the most terrifying terrains under the heavens, Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't expect the last 10 li to be so heaven-defying. It was actually impossible for immortals to cross. This type of terrain had never been seen since ancient times, yet it appeared here. What do we do? Even though they arrived at the Central Plain's most ancient dragon cave, they still couldn't approach it. They were extremely unwilling. Yi Fan said, "Now we can only wait patiently. The celestial transformation pool and the ancient cave haven't truly descended into the world yet. After waiting for a few more days, immortals will not ferry, will most likely pass through." The 90-kilometer road of celestial ascension was a dangerous place to begin with. Normally, it would be impossible to pass through it. Even a divine leader would have to bear a grudge if he came here. It could cut off all the heroes of the world. Yet now, it was only because the Immortal Transformation Pool descended on its own and manifested itself in the world that all dangers were greatly weakened and practically eliminated. That was why they were able to come here. The last 10 miles of the heaven-crossing chasm was not weakened. Even if a king came, he would die if he took a single step forward. More than 10 silver-winged yikshaws flew past, letting out mournful cries before disappearing into the horizon. On the other side, several old corpses were swallowing the sunset glow. It was an indescribably strange sight. This place is really strange. Even though it's incomparably divine, why are there so many dead spirits? On the ground, the sunset glow dyed everything red. From time to time, humanoid creatures would appear, but they were definitely not humans. Most of them were lifeless. There are many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Some of the ancient corpses have astonishing origins. Some are intelligent, so it's not strange for them to come here. It seems like there really is a creature buried in the ancient dragon cave. After being nourished for so many years, who can deal with it? Suddenly, there was a commotion on the horizon. The silver-winged yikshaws, the flying ghosts, and the others all retreated in fright like 10,000 beasts fleeing. Something's wrong. It's as if the king of beasts has appeared, and all the beasts are frightened. A loud sound came from the horizon. A tall old man appeared. His hair was burnt yellow like weeds, and he walked over step by step. He was 2 meters tall, much taller than ordinary people. His body was majestic, and his strength was boundless. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This person's physical body is terrifying. How heavy is it? Why is it moving like a mountain? As he neared, the old man with yellow hair and eyes like golden pearls came closer. He was like a mountain that made it hard for people to breathe. This is a super old emperor of the Jianghu divine dynasty. The others were astonished. This person had passed away a long time ago. The emperor's divine clothes on his body had rotted away, but the mark of the Jianghu divine dynasty could still be seen. This is a divine garment on the same level as an imperial divine weapon, but it's rotted away. How long has it been here? Wu Zhongtian's pupils shrank. At least 40,000 years. Otherwise, a king's divine garment wouldn't be this rotten, Jianghu said. The others were afraid, but the only thing that reassured them was that this ancient corpse seemed to have just gained intelligence. Its eyes were still dull and not very lively. His physical body is powerful, but he doesn't have many tricks up his sleeves. We should be able to deal with him. Yi Fan was secretly glad. If they had encountered the old monk from last time, they would all have died. He's coming for us. The majestic old emperor's golden eyes carried a layer of deathly aura. He took large strides forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Qinmu. Qi! Jianghu flicked his finger. A string of 5-colored blood beads flew out and hit the red-haired creature's body. This was the divine blood of a king, and it contained the power to destroy evil. However, the power of the divine blood was too strong. When it hit the old emperor's body, it only made banging sounds. It couldn't penetrate or injure him. Not good. This person was inconceivably powerful when he was alive. He has a king's body. Although he didn't cultivate it to great success, the divine blood is useless against him because his body also has it. Jianghu said in shock. What? Everyone was shocked. This was actually an old king's body. This news was too shocking. What made people rejoice was that this evil spirit had just gained intelligence not long ago. It only knew how to swallow the essence of the sun and moon. It didn't have any terrifying methods, only its corpse was sturdy. Bang! Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others took action. All kinds of magical treasures attacked together, but they couldn't shake this super old emperor. They were all blasted away. A king's body is so sturdy. The people on the scene took action one after another. Several magical treasures were shattered, but none of them were able to harm the king's body in the slightest. Let me do it. Pangbo walked forward and took out a few stone nails. They immediately pierced through the ancient corpse. The king's blood hadn't lost its spirituality yet and gushed out. Bang! In the end, the old emperor's corpse collapsed. Everyone rejoiced that he didn't have intelligence and was muddle-headed. Otherwise, the group would be in danger. Such powerful and mysterious stone nails. Jianghu was greatly astonished. These stone nails had a great origin. They were the nails on the coffin made from the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Yi Fan gave them to Pang Bo, and he regarded them as treasures. Although they were only used to nail the coffin, they were refined by an existence that surpassed the divine in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. They possessed inconceivable power. I really don't know how powerful the undying heavenly emperor is. Even the stone nails on his coffin are so terrifying. In the following half a month, Yi Fan circled around the Immortal transformation pond and the dragon cave in detail. He didn't know how many heaven origin runes he had drawn. He used his Genesis arts to draw densely packed heaven origin runes on the ground 10 li away. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, innumerable. According to my calculations, this place will completely appear in the world in another dozen or so days. Immortals will then be able to pass through. Great, we will have a great harvest in another half a month. You must be careful. Even if this place appears in the world on its own, there are only 8 paths leading to the 8 directions. Yi Fan solemnly reminded. After so many days of calculations, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. The last 10 li path was filled with peerless danger. Any emperor would be turned into pus and blood if they entered. You must remember this. He drew on the ground and marked out 8 paths leading to the Immortal Pond and the Dragon Cave. In the following dozen or so days, Yi Fan exhausted all his energy to lay down endless heaven resentment runes, including the terrain of this area. When it truly appears in the world, there will definitely be other experts coming. We can only be one step ahead. There were only 8 paths to pass through, and there were 8 of them. Each of them decided to take one path each. They wanted to be the first to compete with those who came later. As expected, there are people coming. Time passed quickly, and the mist on the 90-kilometer path of immortal ascension dissipated. Someone had discovered this place, and the news spread immediately. Another 2 days passed, and the last 10 li of the natural chasm changed. The danger weakened, and they could pass through it. Don't act rashly. Wait for another half a day. Yi Fan stopped them. There were other people coming. Many of them rushed over, but before they could even make a sound, they were turned into nothingness on the spot. Let's go. Yi Fan estimated that it was about time. The 8 of them moved separately, each choosing a path and advancing as if they were flying. Every step they took was very meticulous, and it was unknown how many times they had rehearsed it in advance. They had long since memorized every place they would land. This 10 li path was very special. Now that there were only 8 paths, no one dared to be careless, for fear of taking the wrong path. On one path, the Ji family's little moon screamed. Ji Haoyue in the neighboring area was shocked, and then he let out a long sigh. So the Ji family's holy leader had come, and he was following his sister's footwork. Retreat quickly. Don't enter this place, it's too dangerous. The Ji family's holy leader said. He pointed at Ji Ziyue's forehead, and a map appeared. This old fox must have been here long ago. Yi Fan muttered to himself on the other path. Family leader, bring me in. Ji Ziyue pouted and shook the family leader's arm, unwilling to let go. Many people are going to die here today. Hurry up and leave. The Ji family's holy leader waved his sleeves and tossed her out, landing on a safe footing. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her delicate nose, turned around, and ran. After she came out, she chased after the path that Yi Fan was on and followed him in. In the distance, the masters of the Jianghu family, Yaoguang clan, and the Wind clan all appeared with many experts. Among them, Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to the Earth Origin Master Realm, was also among them. On the other side, the 100 sects of the Middle State, the 4 immortal dynasties, and the various sect masters all appeared with a few dragons-seeking Earth masters following them. There was no lack of extraordinary people in the world. After they made their deductions, they chased after the 8 paths that Yi Fan pointed out, and many experts followed. Swoosh! Kasayas fluttered, and a group of old monks appeared. A few of them had layers of Buddha light behind their heads, and divine halos covered their bodies. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. They had bitter expressions on their faces, and it was obvious that they were top-notch experts. On the path to the east, a young man appeared on a golden ancient war chariot. He looked majestic, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. Wang Teng had arrived. He had cultivated the martial Dao heavenly eye, and his pitch-black pupils shot out 2 beams of light. He stared at Jiang Huairan's back, and his body radiated with boundless light as he chased after him. Bang! The golden war chariot brushed past Jiang Huairan's head, causing his hair to become disheveled. He almost cursed out loud, but seeing that it was the North the Arch, he could only temporarily hold it in. Damn you, Wang Ting! Do you really think that you are the Celestial Emperor? Just you wait. On the golden war chariot, Wang Chong stood next to his elder brother. He looked back and sneered in disdain. When we come in, don't let me see you guys. Scram as far as you can. That brat who made trouble for us in Qin City must be Yi Fan. This time, my big brother's real body is here. Let him wash his neck and wait to be slaughtered. Chapter 635. The golden war chariot rumbled forward. There were saber marks and sword holes on its surface. It was like an ancient emperor's chariot traveling. There was an intimidating power around it. Dragons and phoenixes rose together, their cries shaking the 9 heavens as light soared into the sky. Jianghu was infuriated. The golden war chariot rushed past and knocked him into a mess. His head was almost crushed. Even that little demon didn't care about him at all. Standing on the chariot, he looked down at him and said those words in a domineering manner. "I'll wait for you inside." These were Wang Chang's final words. The golden war chariot was too fast, disappearing in a flash. In the distance, on another path, Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Martial Path Heavenly Eye." Wang Ting cultivated the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. It was even more terrifying than his divine eyes of origin. It could see through all falsehoods and see through everything. The most frightening thing was that during the battle, the Heavenly Eye could capture all openings. It was the most terrifying. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, the movements of others became as slow as snails in its eyes, as if they were still. That person is very powerful, but my big brother said that he's still not the #1 in the world. Ji family's little moon followed. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were intelligent, and her jade-like cheeks looked very charming and gentle. The 100 sects had all arrived. A large number of experts entered. The dragon-seeking Earthmaster had a unique insight. The path he chose coincided with the 8 paths of survival that Yi Fan had chosen. The Middle Emperor is here. Outside, there was a commotion. Many people started to discuss. A man with disheveled hair walked very slowly like a mountain. He followed the path of survival and entered the immortal realm step by step. 9,000 years ago, he was already the emperor of a generation. Now, even the various sect masters were apprehensive when they saw him. Although his body was no more than 20 years old, his cultivation was there to look down on all heroes. "Little Yi, can we go in like this? Will that Wang Teng find trouble with you?" Ji Ziyue mumbled. "It's fine. This place won't allow the brothers to behave atrociously." Yi Fan didn't mind. The Alcade Holy Sun is also here. Ji family's little moon pointed to the other side and said softly, "My brother said that the Alcade Saint is far stronger than people imagine." On that path of life, Sacred Lord Alcade's sleeves fluttered in the wind. There was a man behind her who was bathed in a divine aura like the divine son of the sun. In addition, Yao Shi also followed. She wore a long dress that trailed on the ground. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she was a fairy from the Moon Palace. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "It seems like Sacred Child Yao Guang can take charge on his own. Otherwise, Sacred Lord Yao Guang wouldn't dare to bring him to this place." The people of the 4 great undying divine dynasties also entered. There were a few princes who were especially eye-catching, walking with majestic steps, following behind their fathers. After the Western Desert monks entered, the experts of the Southern Mountains arrived as well. Not only were there human battle lords, there were also some great demon lords. There were many great demons from the Southern Mountains. There's bound to be a fierce battle. Almost everyone from the 5 regions had come. The birthplace of the Azure the Arch was indeed no small matter. This time, many people were interested. It was divined by Master Godly Diviner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming. Ji Ziyue revealed this secret. It's that Master Godly Diviner again. Just where did he come from? Yi Fan was suspicious. 2 years ago, Master Godly Diviner's disciple had helped the Yin-Yang sect calculate his position. If he hadn't grasped the God-striking whip, he would probably have been chased down. At this time, they entered the central region of the Immortal Land. They were in the open space between the Immortal Transformation Pool and the cave. There were many people coming. However, no one dared to act blindly without thinking because this place would be more dangerous the closer they got. They were all waiting for the dragon-seeking Earthmasters and Ouyang Ye's group from the Eastern Wastelands to come to a conclusion. Arriving here, Yi Fan was incomparably relaxed. He had been studying this place for more than a month and understood it better than the dragon-seeking Earthmasters and the other eccentrics. "You guys really dared to come in. If you fall into the dragon cave and die a violent death, you can't blame anyone else." Wang Chong glanced at Jianghu, Wu Zhongtian, and Pang Bo and sneered. They didn't stand together but in different directions. However, they stopped at this moment and didn't rush into the dragon cave or the celestial pool. That was because Yi Fan noticed something was wrong and told them not to act rashly. This little bastard is too arrogant. I really want to give him 2 slaps, Li Heishui cursed. They slowly gathered together. The main thing is that his older brother is too powerful. Those older generation figures don't dare to provoke him. His future achievements are limitless, Lu Ko sighed. Damn it, I'm waiting for little Ye's sage physique to reach the great success stage. In the future, I'll slap them to death. This 11-year-old brat really deserves to be strangled to death. Jiang Huairan's hair was disheveled. What? You guys are still not convinced? Wang Chong sneered. He was overbearing as he stood on the golden chariot and looked down at them. At this moment, Wang Ting wasn't at the front. He was actually standing side by side with those sect masters and talking about something. He indeed had the qualifications to do so. What are you being arrogant for? If your older brother isn't here, many people would dare to kill you with a finger. Someone transmitted his voice to the left and right. No one knew who it was. Pang Bo knew that things were bad. Someone was fanning the flames and placing the blame on them, wanting them to fight. Who is it? Wang Chong wasn't big, but his hostility was very strong. He looked around and finally stared at Jiang Huairan and the others. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking collision came from the distance. The 2 peak experts actually made a move, and the ripples sent many people flying. Many people fell into the dangerous area and were immediately turned into pus and blood by the natural chasm. They no longer existed, and not even a hair was left. North Emperor Tang and the Middle Emperor made a move. No one would have thought that the 2 of them would have a conflict in this place. A single strike caused many sect masters' expressions to change. Why are the 2 of them fighting? Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who had some understanding of the unique warrior residents. They were even more astonished. During these 2 years, North Emperor had always been in seclusion. Some people said that he was cultivating a kind of strange technique and had never come into conflict with the Middle Emperor. However, everyone knew that a battle between the 2 was inevitable. The North Emperor was restraining himself and didn't want to fight with Xiang Yufei, whose name had shaken the world 9,000 years ago. Just now, North Emperor went up and said something, but the Middle Emperor refused. I don't know why the 2 of them suddenly attacked. Not far away, a sect master-level figure said. He only saw the gist of it and didn't know why the 2 dragon and phoenix-level characters were fighting. In this world, dragons and phoenixes cried out. Wang Teng's body was enveloped by divine light. The light surged and submerged this area. Every time he attacked, a dragon and phoenix would rise together and cry out above his head, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world. There wasn't a single person present that didn't change their expression, especially the various sect masters. They were the current rulers of the world, and their power and battle prowess were overflowing. At this moment, there was a powerful pressure in their hearts. The Middle Emperor's black hair was scattered behind him, and he was heroic and imposing. Each of his fists and moves was grand. There wasn't a divine light that soared into the heavens, but it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Every time the 2 of them exchanged blows, great disturbances would occur in all directions. Many people couldn't even stand still and were swept high into the sky. Even half a step great figures could only back up. If not for this place being special and everlasting, the endless mountain ranges would have long turned into dust. Their power was powerful beyond compare, and a single point of their fingers could crush mountains. Celestial Emperor's bearing, Holy Emperor's power. Everyone sighed in admiration. These 2 were too powerful, rarely seen since ancient times. They had such accomplishments at such a young age, suppressing the older generation's sect master-level figures. Every time Wang Teng attacked, a true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise would appear. Divine light surged and resonated with the 9 heavens. The sky was covered in brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 directions, forming the 4 divisions of heaven and earth. Golden light surged, surrounding him at the center. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world of mortals. The middle emperor was also unordinary, as if an archaic holy emperor had revived. He was incomparably dignified, and every movement he made was incomparably imposing. Every move he made was neutral and calm, but it contained the power to refine heaven and earth. There was no brilliance around him, but it was as if he was moving the stars of the heavens. He gave off an undefeatable feeling, as if a great human emperor had crossed the endless ages to arrive. My big brother will definitely win. He is not only number one in the younger generation. Wang Chong clenched his fists. In reality, all the sect masters felt a headache. Who would dare say that they could win against Wang Ting? Since ancient times, just how many people of his age had such accomplishments? Jianghu was extremely unhappy. Just now, his head had almost been smashed open by the golden war chariot. Even his wooden hairpin had fallen off, and his hair was in a mess. He coldly said, "I hope the middle emperor can hack him to death." Even though he had lowered his voice, Wang Chang's ears were extremely sharp. He caught the smallest of words. He suddenly turned around and said, "You're courting death. Little brat, you're too arrogant." Wu Zhongtian and the others erupted. They were all descendants of great bandits, and they had always done as they pleased. When had they ever been humiliated like this? "Are you all courting death? I'll help you out." Wang Chong jumped off the golden war chariot and pressed forward. Behind him were two ancient existences. One was covered in golden scales, and the other seemed to be forged from silver. Although Jianghu, Wu Zhongtian, and Li Heishui were angry, they had to admit that Wang Chong was very powerful. He was worthy of being Wang Ting's younger brother. He wasn't even 12 years old, but he was already an expert at the 8th dragon transformation, the youngest monster of the unique warrior manner. "You damned bandits, I heard that you're old friends with that Yi Fan. I've wanted to take care of you for a long time." Wang Chong sneered. With two ancient existences following him, he wasn't afraid of suffering at all. Pang Bo walked over and sneered, "Little brat, do you think you've transformed into your big brother? You still don't have the right to say such words." "I don't have the right? In a little while, I'll trample all of you under my feet and throw you into the dragon cave to feed those red-furred humanoid monsters." Wang Chong wasn't very big, but his words were very aggressive. Standing on a rock, he looked down at them and said, "The person I met in Qin City was Yi Zhou, right? Have him get out here. This time I'm going to crush him to death." He indicated to the two ancient existences that they should prepare for battle, and then he scanned the surroundings, hoping to find Yi Fan. In the distance, Wang Teng's battle with the Central Emperor had attracted the attention of the vast majority of people, but there were also quite a few who had noticed the strange activity here. "You're not very big, but your tone is quite big. Arrogant to the heavens." A voice rang out, and then the void trembled. A foot more than 1 zhang long, shrouded in golden light, stomped down from the sky. Bang! Dust billowed into the sky, and the earth quaked. Wang Chong shouted, but he couldn't dodge at all, and was trampled by the golden foot. Yi Fan sneered. He only used a magical divine ability, standing there like a golden war god. His figure was tall and straight, 10 zhang tall. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng wasn't far away, but now, someone dared to act like this, trampling his younger brother into the ground. "Yi Fan!" Wang Chong shouted. He didn't dare to believe that his elder brother was here, but Yi Fan really stepped out and trampled him into the ground. It's the monster from the eastern wasteland that disappeared for more than 2 years, Yi Fan. Many people were shocked. The Yaoguang Saint, Yao Shi, the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint, the number 2 beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Moon Spirit, and many others of the younger generation also looked over. Many sect masters were also shocked. The North the Arch was nearby, but Yi Fan dared to do this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 636. Wang Chong was insufferably arrogant, as though he was the North the Arch. He looked down on Li Heishui, Jianghu, and the others with impudent words. He pointed out a few of them and threatened to kill them at every turn. He was just an 11 or 12-year-old little monster, Yet he was so arrogant and domineering, humiliating a saint of the younger generation without taking it to heart. At this moment, a large golden foot descended from the sky and stomped him into the ground. The ground shook, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. The surface of the ground cracked open, and the situation reversed. Wang Chong screamed. He was truly afraid. The golden foot was as heavy as a mountain, and his sternum was broken. He couldn't breathe, and his entire body was deformed. At this moment, when Yi Fan revealed his divine ability, he became an entire 30 m tall figure that seemed as if he was forged from gold, and he was like a war god that had flown over from the heavenly dimension with strength that could uproot mountains and a matchless aura. Yi Fan stomped his foot as if he were stepping on a bug. Wang Chong's bones creaked as if they were on the verge of breaking. Although they were at the same level, whose physical body could compare to the saint body. In comparison, Wang Chong was as fragile as a man made of glass, unable to endure the pressure. Blood gushed out of his mouth, his eyes venomous, but he said nothing. "You're courting death. Let him go. You dare to use such a deadly foot. Today, you will die without a complete corpse. Your soul will return to the underworld and be branded with the imprint of 18 purgatory, suffering endless torment." Two loud shouts sounded from the side. Of the two ancient creatures, one was a zhang tall and covered densely in golden scales. The other was 2 meters tall and had a pair of silver divine wings. They were both sinister and ferocious, and their eyes were like blades. However, they did not dare to act recklessly against him. Yi Fan only needed to stomp down, and Wang Chong would be crushed into meat paste with not even his bones remaining. "Go to the side." Yi Fan didn't care at all. He shouted loudly and exerted force with his foot. The little fiend cried out miserably and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "You truly don't know the difference between life and death. Master is here, so how can I allow you to behave atrociously? It'll be hard even if you want to die. In a bit, I'll boil you into human oil and use you to light sky lanterns." An ancient creature threatened Yi Fan. "Hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world. You won't be able to die even if you want to." Another ancient creature shouted loudly. "Gotcha." Wang Chong's reply was a forceful kick, instantly breaking more than 100 of his bones. His entire body spasmed, his face pale with fear. At this moment, only his head was exposed outside the golden foot. The rest of his body was under the foot, and his life hung in the balance. Li Heishui, Jianghu, Wu Zhongtian, and the rest all felt refreshed. Seeing this scene, they all let out a long sigh of relief. They had been stifled just now. This little monster was too arrogant. "Yi Fan, if you dare to kill me, my elder brother will not let you go. No matter what trump card you have, you will not be able to escape death." Wang Chong stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. With so many people watching, he didn't want to beg for mercy, or else he wouldn't be able to bring shame to his elder brother. "Hurry and release him." The two ancient creatures also shouted. Ji Ziyue was worried. No matter what, Yi Fan was not Wang Teng's match. The difference in cultivation was too great. She reminded him softly, "Don't be rash. This isn't a good place to kill him." Lu Ko and the others also said the same. The North Thearka's battle strength was obvious to all. Now that he was fighting with the central sovereign, all the sect masters were afraid. "Hurry and release me, or else you will know the consequences." Wang Chong shouted. Seeing their expressions, he knew that they were all afraid of his elder brother. He relaxed and sneered. "You want me to release you?" Yi Fan laughed and raised his foot. "At least you know what's good for you." Wang Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to get up. Bang! Suddenly, the golden foot descended from the sky again. This time, it stepped on his face, causing half of his body to sink into the ground. What do you want?" Wang Chong was frightened. He was afraid. He sent out his consciousness and said, "Don't act recklessly." Yi Fan raised his foot slightly, and the little monster's face was full of fear. His teeth were all knocked out, and his face was deformed. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down again, and Wang Chong was instantly like a pancake. His body was broken and he was trampled. Save me! The little monster couldn't care about anything else and shouted with his consciousness. He was extremely terrified. You think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so arrogant in this situation? Today, I will stomp you to death like a cockroach. Yi Fan sneered. Bang. He retracted his Dharma idol ability and turned back to the size of a human. He stepped on Wang Chang's face again, and he didn't look like a human anymore. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that Yi Fan wanted to end his life. He didn't plan to let the little monster live at all. Stop! The two primordial beings rushed forward. One was gold and the other was silver. They swallowed and spat out divine light like two ferocious beasts. In the distance, Wang Ting, who was fighting a life-and-death battle with the central sovereign, also looked over. His eyes shot out two frightening beams of light that could frighten one's soul. Give it to you! Yi Fan snorted and stomped down with force. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden foot crushed Wang Chong alive and turned him into a pile of mud. His green clothes didn't have a drop of blood on them. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. Not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan was truly audacious. In front of everyone, he trampled Wang Cheng's younger brother to death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Ji Haoyue, Yan Ruyu, and other old friends were all here. They were all moved. There were many young people from the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert. They were also shocked. How many people would dare to stomp Wang Ting's younger brother to death in front of him? Even the older generation and the rulers of a region were apprehensive. The current North the Arch could compete with all the Saint Lords and was a rising star that everyone was wary of. He was a dragon among men, and not many people dared to offend him. However, Yi Fan did it. He didn't care about anything. He stomped Wang Chong to death with one foot. He killed this little monster with shocking talent. He really doesn't care about anything. He even stomped Wang Ting's younger brother to death. This really requires courage. How many people would dare to do this? It's a pity that this little monster, although his temperament isn't up to standard, his cultivation talent is rare. He's not even 12 years old, but he's already at the 8th transformation. This is rare. This monster from the eastern wasteland is too daring. He really dares to kill anyone. If the saint's younger brother came, he would be killed too. Everyone present, whether they were the older generation sect masters or the 5 regions monsters, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. You, damn it, you actually killed Master's younger brother? The two ancient creatures went crazy and pounced forward. Their bodies seemed to be burning, and their scales clanked. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Each scale was a saint's sword. Yi Fan had a cold smile on his face. He didn't make any other movements. He just took a step forward and dodged the kick. Boom! Suddenly, an azure energy surged on the ground. A dragon-shaped energy pillar pierced through the sky, and pillars that supported the sky appeared. The dragon energy was like the sea, cutting off the two ancient creatures' path. The Qinling ancient dragon has come out. The expressions of the Central Plains dragon-seeking Earth Masters changed as they cried out in surprise. Ouyang Yi and the others who came from Genesis Technique clans from the Eastern Wasteland also changed their expressions. No, it's the essence energy of the Qinling ancient dragon. All the eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth were shocked. This kind of method was very terrifying, and it required an extremely high-level special technique to draw out the essence energy of the true dragon. Yi Fan was calm and stood there without fear. He had studied this place for more than a month and had already understood everything. With his Genesis technique, he could fight against a peak sacred lord. In this place, he was in an invincible position. He could borrow the power of the Qinling ancient dragon for his own use. And now, he had drawn out the ancestral earth vein. In surprise, Yi Fan saw a flash of light in the distance. Wang Chang's painfully reforming body was about to appear once more, and on his forehead was a divine symbol flowing with a strange light. No wonder Wang Ting didn't come. I was just wondering why he had such a life-saving symbol. Yi Fan strode forward and stomped down. Buzz! The divine symbol flashed and lightly trembled, bringing Wang Chong back 100 zhang. A golden energy flowed on it, faintly reflecting Wang Teng's figure. It's Wang Teng's 9 revolutions divine symbol, immortal in all tribulations. He truly doted on Wang Chong, passing it on to him to protect his life. Someone secretly cried out in alarm. What? The 9 revolutions divine symbol really exists in this world. Everyone stared at the divine symbol. It was less than an inch long and seemed to be forged from true gold. It flowed with a divine splendor, exuding an ancient charm and covered in Tao runes. The 9 revolutions divine symbol had been refined by the only ancient Chaos Emperor of the Northern Plains. It could die in place of one's body and could seize the world's fortune. It was a divine protective artifact. It wasn't hard to see just how terrifying Wang Teng's fortunes had been. If he had even obtained the divine symbol of ancient Chaos Emperor, he had probably long ago obtained his legacy. Wasn't the 9 revolutions divine symbol broken? How did it appear in the world again? Although it's a broken 9 revolutions divine symbol, it was still refined by a human emperor. It still has a divine effect of immortality. Everyone's eyes went red. Wang Teng truly did have great luck. He had obtained such a heaven-defying divine object and had given it to his little brother without any hesitation. The North Emperor shouldn't have obtained the complete legacy of ancient Chaos Emperor, right? This ancient emperor's strength had surpassed the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. No one knew just how powerful he was, and it was rumored that he had other roots. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. A divine symbol refined by an ancient great emperor, even if it was just a fragment, was still a priceless divine object. He used the dragon energy of the earth to separate the 2 ancient life forms and attacked. At this moment, many people were envious of him. Others were afraid of the North Emperor and didn't dare to snatch it, but he was fearless and wanted to kill Wang Chong and take the symbol. "Brother, save me!" The little demon screamed in fear. In the distance, Wang Teng was fighting the Middle Emperor, and it was hard to tell who would win. The spirits of the 4 great sages surrounded him. The true dragon leaped into the sky, the divine phoenix cried over the mountains and rivers, the white tiger roared at the moon, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. He was like the North Pole Emperor descending to the mortal world. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be distracted. The Middle Emperor's every move was neutral and gentle, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. However, at this crucial moment, the North Emperor still attacked with his sword. A golden divine sword flew out, emitting the divine might of a celestial emperor. Dragons and phoenixes circled it, and it was hundreds of feet long. Boom! The heaven source pattern appeared under Yi Fan's feet, and the dragon energy under the earth erupted like a volcano. One after another, a total of 81 heavenly dragons rushed up, startling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Clang! Yi Fan used the Xing character formula and closed in on Wang Chong. He reached out with a huge hand and slammed it down. Bang! The little demon's body was shattered again, and the 9 revolutions divine symbol was taken from his forehead. Yi Fan caught it in his hand, and it flashed with a bright luster. Chapter 637. The 9-turn divine symbol was less than an inch in length and forged from divine gold. It was dazzling and sturdy. It spun about, wanting to fly away from Yi Fan's palm. "You want to leave?" "Freeze." Yi Fan closed his palm and held it in his palm, refining it with all of his strength. The ancient Chaos Emperor symbol's radiance rushed into the heavens, making it difficult for others to look straight at it. This type of divine splendor was extremely dazzling. It shone through his palm and fingers, dyeing the entire land of immortal ascension in a bright golden color. Divine force surged. In the air, a holy sword hacked over. True dragons and divine phoenixes accompanied it, several hundred zhang in length. The pressure made the great earth tremble violently. If it wasn't for the immortal earth, the endless mountain range would have turned into dust. The power of this sword was too great. It was like a sword hacked out by a celestial emperor, severing time and space. Killing intent penetrated the body, directly pressuring one's soul. Before the sword arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. Pooh! Not far away, there were a few people who were standing too close. They couldn't endure this type of pressure and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies and spirits were almost destroyed by this sword intent. One has to understand that this was just the remnant waves that streaked across the sky. Everyone's expressions changed because there were actually 2 half-step experts among those who spat out blood. This type of stunning sword made many sect masters' hearts tremble. It was just too terrifying. At Yi Fan's side, 81 dragon pillars rushed up like pillars that supported the heavens. They rushed into the heavens, their power penetrating the immortal earth. Every single one of them was as thick as a mountain ridge. A deafening dragon cry sounded. It was as if an ancient saint was roaring out from the boundless great wastelands. Many people were shocked. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon. How is this possible? Many people couldn't understand. This type of power was definitely enough to shake a divine lord. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator display such a powerful attack? The 81 true dragons were thick and terrifying. They wrapped around the celestial emperor's sword and roared together. The sound was cold and sonorous, piercing through metal and splitting stone. The ancestral roots underground revived, and endless power surged. The celestial emperor's sword was blocked. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. The 81 true dragons were continuously cut down, disappearing one after another. However, they still managed to slow down the golden holy sword. In the blink of an eye, the 80 great dragons were completely killed. Only one was left to intercept the golden holy sword, but it had also dimmed down. Whoosh! The celestial emperor's sword sank, but it did not slash at Yi Fan. Instead, it unleashed an even more dazzling light, creating a golden curtain of light that wrapped around Yi Fan's shattered body. At this time, Yi Fan finally suppressed the ancient chaos imperial talisman in his palm, turning it into a warm and sparkling treasure, flowing with a golden luster. Then, he did everything he could to mobilize the draconic chi under the ground to surround this holy sword. He also wanted to obliterate the broken body. The veins of the earth throbbed, and a scarlet golden divine dragon rushed out. Scarlet energy surged, and the heavenly dragon swung its tail. Its scales flickered with scarlet multicolored light, vivid and lifelike. It was no different from a real dragon. The surrounding people were all astonished, especially the few dragon-seeking geomasters, Ouyang Yi and the others. Their hearts trembled. This was the power borrowed from the Qinling Great Dragon. Even though they were all extraordinary people, they had just entered not too long ago, so there was no way they could find the direction of the underground dragon vein, unable to do all of this. The scarlet golden dragon seemed to have a life of its own. It coiled in the sky and blocked the path of the celestial emperor's sword. It emitted the power of a true dragon, and with a shake, all things were shattered. Unfortunately, people could not see the scene of mountains collapsing. This was the celestial ground, eternal and inextinguishable. Otherwise, such a scene would be shocking. Bang! The golden holy sword trembled, and some of its brilliance was obliterated by the scarlet golden dragon. The shattered body within almost fell out. The North Thearka's clone was flawless. At this time, his battle had reached the climax. Even though he had slashed out with the celestial emperor's sword, it was only his consciousness that had entered and could not be strengthened for a long time. If my younger brother dies, I will start a massacre and kill everyone around you one by one. I don't care where they come from. Wang Teng's cold voice came from afar. The dragon and phoenix cried and danced above his head, divine and powerful. He was bathed in endless divine splendor, like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Everyone's heart trembled. The North the Arch would do what he said. A powerful person like him was comparable to the divine lords. Such an oath was very frightening. Even the overlord of the divine dynasty would be afraid when threatened like this. Otherwise, a large number of his descendants might be killed. Yi Fan did not stop and said, "Then I will kill you first." The scarlet dragon swung its tail and leaped into the void. Like a divine vein, it traversed the sky and strangled over. The celestial emperor's sword was on the verge of falling. Rumble! Not far away, the golden ancient war chariot rushed over. It crushed the void and destroyed the obstruction of time. It arrived in an instant, flowing with the primitive aura of the universe. Bang! The golden war chariot broke through the obstruction, and a golden hole appeared in the sky. The celestial emperor's sword entered it silently and disappeared. The ancient chaos Thearcha's war chariot? The group of people was petrified. Their bodies were ice cold, and they were all frightened. No, how could the ancient chaos Thearcha's war chariot be so weak? If it appeared, it would be enough to kill everyone here. But this golden war chariot is too similar. After people recognized the 9 turns divine talisman and saw the golden war chariot, they naturally had this kind of association. They all felt their scalps go numb. Wang Teng's encounter is too terrifying. Could it be that he obtained everything from the ancient chaos the Arch? The people present were all frightened. In the history of the human race, those who had such great luck would become the main character of the world, suppressing and ruling a period of history. At this time, Wang Teng had not left the battlefield. He was still fighting against the Central Emperor. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were rare since ancient times. Even the human race the Arch was just like them when he was young. They could not split themselves. The battle was so intense that it affected the minds of all the sacred lords. The top figures of the older generation were all watching nervously. And at this time, Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He was not afraid of anyone. He actually wanted to attack Wang Teng and kill him here. Everyone's eyes looked over. The Ji clan's sacred lord, the Xia emperor, the Western Desert divine monk, the Southern Mountains demonic lord, and the others revealed strange expressions. The Jade Lake saint, Yao Guang saint, Yan Ruyu, the prince of Gu Hua, the second beauty of the central prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all stunned. In front of them was Wang Teng. He had the bearing of a celestial the Arch and was locked in battle with the Central Emperor. All the cult masters were afraid of him. Yet, he was fearless with the dragon transformation 8th transformation and dared to challenge him. Everyone still remembered that when Wang Teng threatened to kill his friends, Yi Fan said he would kill the North the Arch first. He actually went forward. This area contained ancient dragons. Yi Fan had studied it for a month and understood every inch of the land. He could borrow the power of the dragons for his own use, which was enough to fight against the sacred lords. "Brother, this is a battle with me, Wang Teng. Don't interfere," the Central Emperor said. His black hair fell over his shoulders. His fists and moves were calm and had the aura of an ancient sacred emperor. "All right." Yi Fan only spat out this word and stopped. He didn't go forward anymore and waited for the result of this battle. Wang Teng's expression was indifferent. He looked over and said, "I will use my the Arch sword to stain the blood of the sacred lords." "You haven't become a the Arch yet." Wu Zhongtian and the others sneered. "If anything happens to my brother, all of you will be killed. No one will survive." Wang Teng was indifferent. "How arrogant. Are you including me?" A voice traveled over. It was sonorous and powerful like the ringing of a golden bell. Boom! A jet black rod broke through the sky and smashed down. It was vigorous and powerful, and the laws of heaven and earth resonated with it. All the cult masters were shocked. The jet black rod was so heavy that even the celestial ground cracked. If it was anywhere else, the endless mountain range would have been turned into powder. Clang! Wang Teng used the celestial the Arch sword to meet the attack. It slashed on the black rod, and sparks flew everywhere like a meteor shower. All the experts dodged quickly. No one could imagine how terrifying this rod was. Black light flowed and almost collapsed the heaven and earth. It was definitely going to give all the sacred lords a headache. When the golden sacred sword and the jet black rod clashed, Wang Teng felt a huge force. His hand went numb. He knew that a great enemy had arrived. He opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, and golden light shot out. Many people couldn't look straight at it. However, 2 beams of piercing golden light shot out from the other side. A pair of golden eyes were like 2 divine suns with flames burning. Who was this? Everyone was bewildered. He dared to interfere in the battle between the Central Emperor and the North the Arch. He was extremely daring. Bang! It was another world-shaking strike. The jet black rod almost sank the celestial ground. The power was too terrifying, and all the experts present were pale. Finally, Wang Ting, the central emperor, and the mysterious person separated and stopped temporarily. A sacred ape with golden fur and fiery eyes appeared on the battlefield. He held a black rod in his hand that stabbed upwards. The monkey had arrived. Li Heishui and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This was someone that even the sacred lords couldn't do anything about. He was ridiculously powerful. Boom! Not far away, the two primordial beings finally broke through the origin heaven pattern channel. They roared and rushed over, pouncing at Yi Fan. They didn't know what was going on. "Damned brat, I'm going to kill you. I'll pluck out your soul and skin you for master." The monkey was furious when he saw the two primordial beings pouncing over. Before Yi Fan could make a move, a golden foot raised high and stomped over. His law-divine ability was even more terrifying. The furry foot stomped the two powerful primordial beings into the ground as if they were two bugs. "Aren't you guys ashamed? Your race has lost all face because of you, and you still recognize your master." The monkey didn't want their lives because that wouldn't satisfy his anger. He trampled on them. He was like a divine ape that could swallow the heavens. He was as tall as a mountain. The two pitiful primordial beings were trampled into pancakes. They were paralyzed there, trembling and almost scared to death. "You are the sacred prince? Sacred prince, spare our lives." The monkey was the only son of the primordial sacred Emperor Dojun. Their race was too rare, and there wasn't anyone who couldn't recognize him. The two primordial beings were like mice that had seen a cat. Not to mention the difference in power, just the strict ranking of their race and the terrifying pressure made them tremble with fear. "Disgraceful things, get over here." The monkey had a fiery temper. He turned into the size of a normal person and berated the two primordial beings. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This monkey was too domineering. Perhaps only he would dare to berate the North deity's servants in front of him. "Sacred prince, spare our lives. We have our difficulties." The two primordial beings were trembling as they scrambled over. "Since you're willing to be slaves, don't blame me for cleaning up your household in your king's place. Come over and kowtow to my brother and apologize." The monkey pointed at Yi Fan. The two primordial beings were extremely unwilling, but under the monkey's divine might, they had no choice but to brace themselves and kneel there to apologize. Everyone was shocked. The sacred battle ape was so close to Yi Fan. This made many people's eyelids twitch. This wasn't good news. Who was this monkey? The sacred prince of the primordial times. Many primordial beings couldn't forget the all-powerful and invincible old Emperor Dojun. He dared to fight against the heavens and was fearful of his son from the bottom of his heart. The people present already knew some secrets. After all, the Eastern Wasteland ancient race had appeared. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Yi Fan dared to fight the North deity alone. He had just forced his way forward, and now the domineering monkey was here. Everyone revealed strange expressions. "Damned monkey! Why does the Saint Physique have such a relationship with the monkey?" Many people couldn't help but curse. Chapter 638. The monkey looked like it was made of gold. Its golden fur flickered with brilliance, and its eyes were fiery and golden. The jet-black rod in its hand stabbed upwards. Yi Fan recognized it at first glance. This was the world-shocking weapon that was cut out from the divine source. It had pierced through more than one ancient king and drank the blood of a supreme king. Although the god within the weapon was in a deep slumber, it still had a terrifying demonic nature. Once it was awakened, it would be incomparable. The tip of the spear had been ground away by the monkey, and now it had turned into a jet-black iron rod. Although it was full of holes, it was hard to break. It wasn't very heavy either, and it was enough to cause the void to collapse. The identity of the sacred prince of the ancient times was too sensitive. He himself was so strong, and now that the ancient race was about to come into being, how many people would dare to provoke him? Many people's eyelids twitched. The two ancient life forms unwillingly kowtowed to Yi Fan and apologized. This caused Wang Ting, who was the host, to raise his eyebrows. "If you're not happy, then come and die." Yi Fan spoke and took large steps forward. Dragon pillars rushed out from the ground and pierced through the surface. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan dared to fight the Arch. Could it be that he really had a chance of winning? Everyone turned to look at him. He is growing very fast. In just a few years, he can already compete with the older generation, as expected of a saint physique. In just a few years, Yi Fan's battle strength had increased a lot. Everyone believed that if this continued, there wouldn't be many people who could suppress him in a few years. Then I will fulfill your wish. Use your saint blood to stain the arch sword. Wang Ting walked over with steady steps. He held the golden saint sword in his hand and slashed at Jianghu from afar. Yi Fan faced him calmly. He took a step forward, and his heaven origin pattern flickered. They corresponded with the stars in the sky and flowed piece by piece. Pop! Suddenly, the ground split open, and a true dragon rushed out. Its green scales flickered, and its body was thick. Its huge claws flickered with cold light. It was majestic and unstoppable. A true dragon. Even though I know that it is formed from draconic energy, it is vivid and lifelike, too similar, no different from a living creature. This green dragon extended its body horizontally and slashed forward like a green saber. It collided with the celestial arch sword and emitted a blinding brilliance. Wang Ting snorted coldly and pressed forward with large strides. He raised his sword and slashed diagonally, but the azure dragon leaped into the air and slashed horizontally, once again blocking his footwork. It's just an external force. It's useless against me. After I kill it, you'll die. Wang Teng's black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were sharp. Yi Fan was calm and at ease. With a light shout, hundreds and thousands of azure dragons rushed out from the ground. Every single one of them was like flesh and blood, incomparably powerful. In the back, the expressions of many holy lords finally changed. This kind of attack made them feel dizzy. This was the power of the Qinling Great Dragon, and Yi Fan could actually summon it at will. 1, 2, a few dozen was still manageable, but now there were hundreds of thousands of them, and their attacks were astonishing. 10,000 dragons contended for supremacy, swallowing and spitting out divine pearls. The expressions of Ouyang Yi and the others changed. The origin technique's profoundness was endless. This was a unique secret technique recorded in the heavenly source book that could draw upon the dragon origin. This made them extremely jealous and envious. In this place, a saint body can really fight with the Arch. The Jade Lake Saint Lady, the Great Xia Prince, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others were all moved. There were too few people in the younger generation who dared to wave their sabers at Wang Ting, but now, Yi Fan wanted to kill the Arch. The hearts of all the sect leaders palpitated. They had to be careful in this place. If they were killed by the saint body's origin technique, they would really have no place to cry. The origin technique is so terrifying that it can kill a holy lord. 10,000 dragons rushed out together, and green lightning flashed. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and the place was surrounded by dragon energy. Wang Ting moved and charged in the middle of the 10,000 dragons, but the dragon energy was endless. After one was cut down, another appeared, and there were dragon shadows everywhere. "Break!" he shouted with his sword in hand. The power of laws was fully displayed, and all the dragon bodies were shattered. "Suppress!" Yi Fan also shouted. He formed seals with both hands and slashed the void. 9 ancient characters jumped out from his fingertips one after another. There were 9 mysterious ancient characters in the Tao scripture that could suppress one's body and achieve eternity. They were incomparably profound and unfathomable. Yi Fan had been studying them. In the past, he had used them against enemies, but he couldn't understand them. Now, there was endless dragon energy that he could borrow, which was equivalent to overflowing magic power. At this moment, he naturally thought of this divine technique. These were 9, the Arch characters, and they possessed unfathomable power. Only the great emperor of the human race could recognize them. Ancient characters jumped out one after another, and a cage appeared in the air. The 9 characters sealed the sky, and no one could recognize them. What was the point? The 9, the Arch characters intersected to form a cage. It's too mysterious. Everyone cried out. The 9 characters pressed down and slowly closed. A small world suddenly appeared, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. Chaotic mist flowed, and all the power was provided by the Qinling dragon. The Jade Lake Saintess and Princess Moonspirit's eyes were filled with splendor. Yi Fan was really going to suppress the North Emperor. This was truly shocking. Many of the older generation were horrified. He was just a cultivator at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, but he borrowed the power of the Qinling dragon to display such a supreme divine technique. It was too terrifying. The world cage was about to close. Wang Teng's expression finally changed. His tongue was like thunder as he chanted a divine sound. The heavenly eye of martial path opened, and it was as if a star field was vanishing. 9 ancient characters shot out from his eyes. Each one was incomparably terrifying, and it seemed as if they could cause chaos in the world. Yi Fan was shocked. The other party definitely grasped an ancient scripture. These were also 9, the arch characters, and they could be compared to the 9 characters he had grasped. Moreover, Wang Teng's strength was astonishing. He had comprehended enough and refined the 9 ancient characters into his eyes. It was shocking. Could his heavenly eye of martial path be refined like this? The void shook violently as the 18, the arch characters clashed, emitting terrifying waves. The small world that was being created was constantly evolving, but Wang Teng used his 9 characters to rush out. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan really had the strength to fight Wang Teng here. It was not a lie. At the very least, he was not at a disadvantage right now. After the two separated, they did not rush together immediately. Instead, they stood in the air. Bang, bang. On the other side, the monkey lifted his furry feet and gave them a vicious kick. In front of Wang Teng, the 2 ancient creatures were trampled until they wailed like ghosts and gods. Shameful things, being someone else's slave, even I feel ashamed for your king. Just find a block of tofu and smash yourself to death. How was this kicking 2 ancient creatures? This was clearly cutting off Wang Teng's face. Enough! The North Emperor shouted. He strode forward with the celestial the arch sword in hand, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. The monkey cast him a sidelong glance and stepped on the 2 ancient creatures. He pointed his black iron rod forward and said, "I'll die to the side." His words were exactly the same as Yi Fan's, exactly the same. In the celestial ground, everyone was shocked. How many people dared to scold Wang Teng? Even the top divine lords were afraid. No one dared to provoke him. However, the monkey was the same as Yi Fan. They did not put him in their eyes at all and attacked with their iron rods. They were not afraid of someone with the bearing of a celestial the arch. Clang. Who was Wang Teng? Even the great ancient the arch when he was young could not compare to someone who had the bearing of a the arch. He immediately drew his sacred sword and pointed it at the monkey's throat. You dare to point it at me? The monkey had a fiery personality. The black rod in his hand struck the ground with a bang, and the entire celestial ground shook. One was an immemorial sacred prince, and the other was known as the reincarnation of the human race's ancient the arch. If the two clashed, it would be like a comet crashing into the earth. Buzz! The monkey attacked as soon as he said he would. He swung his black iron rod down. Black light swept across and everything moved. This was pure power, powerful and overbearing. Wang Teng's black hair draped over his shoulders. He didn't retreat and slashed out with the celestial the arch sword. It seemed to contain a heaven-splitting force. Around him, a true dragon, a divine phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise appeared. The scene was extremely shocking. A violent tremor shook the hearts of everyone present. They were forced back by a hurricane-like force, and many people were sent flying like scarecrows. A few first-level Immortal Foundation experts coughed out blood because they were standing too close to the front and suffered from the impact. All of them were injured. The monkey attacked, and the North the arch countered. The two of them fought intensely, causing mountains to collapse and tsunamis to collapse. 2 supreme characters of the younger generation contended for supremacy, stirring the hearts of many. Clang. Another strike. The monkey's black iron rod was unparalleled. His divine strength was unparalleled, causing the celestial the arch sword to wail and Wang Teng's arm to feel numb. Before the supreme ancient the arch realm, there were tens of thousands of races. Although the battle saint ape race was rare, with only 2 or 3 of them, they were famous for their battle prowess and were known as the battle saint tribe. Wang Teng's expression was emotionless. The golden holy sword rose up once more as boundless laws blasted out. The sky darkened as the stars revolved one after another, pushed by the sword. At this moment, the cries of dragons and phoenixes surrounded Wang Teng, radiating boundless light. He was like an ancient emperor that had been revived, pushing the stars in the sky towards the monkey. The monkey swallowed the essence of the sun, and with his law incarnation, he stood tall. He swung his cudgel, shattering a star with a single strike, causing the faces of many to turn pale. Breaking a myriad of techniques with brute force. His combat prowess caused the scalps of many sect leaders to turn numb as their hearts shook. This monkey was too powerful, able to kill a hegemonic level expert with a single strike. Such a person basically couldn't be fought head-on. One could only use heaven-defying magic power to deal with him. If not, a single strike from the cudgel would be able to break the bones and tendons of Saint Lords. The monkey swung his cudgel, shattering 108 stars in a single breath. Only then did he let out a long howl as he rushed forward with unstoppable might. The cudgel smashed down, clashing with the holy sword, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. Many people screamed in misery as they covered their ears. Some cultivators even had blood flowing out from their ears. Wang Teng used the celestial the arch sword to block, enduring a mountain-like pressure. Every strike from the monkey was like a heavenly dome pressing down, causing his entire body to feel like it was about to break apart. He continuously retreated 9 steps as his body trembled violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial the arch sword was a divine item, it would have been broken long ago. He could sense how tyrannical the monkey was. This monkey is too powerful, even the North the Arch has to avoid him. No wonder they're known as the Battle Saint tribe. In terms of strength, no one can compare to them. The only son of an ancient saint emperor, possessing an unrivaled bloodline inheritance. It's truly terrifying. This monkey's age isn't old, yet it has such might. Everyone was shocked and the various sect leaders were all mumbling. Could this monkey be comparable to its father and grow up to become the emperor of fighting in the future? The monkey didn't show any mercy. His cudgel strikes were more ferocious than the one before. He circulated his heavenly art and struck out a total of 81 times. If it wasn't for the immortal transformation pool and the dragon caves spitting out divine light, this place would have already sunk 81 times. What mountains and rivers, what heaven and earth. Nothing could withstand a single strike from the metal cudgel. It was enough to cause the entire mountain range to crumble and turn them into dust. Wang Teng retreated a total of 81 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open as fresh blood dripped down. In terms of strength, no one could compete with the monkey. You are known as the North the Arch? Quickly keep it away. What arrogance! You want to kill this and slay that? I'll just send you on your way. The monkey shouted. Wang Teng snorted coldly. He didn't say anything and started his counterattack. Although his strength could be compared to the Great the Arch when he was young, the other party was a true saint prince. Especially when the other party was known for their physique, his strength was truly incomparable. However, what kind of person was Wang Teng? He was comparable to the ancient the Arch and could be the main character of a part of the human race's history. He naturally had his extraordinary points. At this moment he used secret arts and laws to attack. The celestial the arch sword was like a rainbow. Once it was struck out, the heaven and earth were drowned in divine brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises all appeared. He shouted loudly and charged forward. With invincible might, he forced the monkey back 81 steps. Each strike was stronger than the one before, and the sharpness pierced through the sky. The strength of the North the Arch was also beyond everyone's imagination. Although the web between his thumb and forefinger was injured, it didn't affect his battle strength. At this moment he could still fight against the monkey. The two of them fought intensely, neither giving way to the other. "Brother monkey, let me kill him," Yifan said. He activated the source of the Qinling Mountain's dragon power and wanted to make a move. Everyone was speechless. Who was the North Arch? Now, two people jumped out one after another and threatened to kill him. One was an immemorial saint prince, and the other had the human race's saint physique. Both of them were extraordinary. Chapter 639. During the primordial era, the few emperors could pluck the stars and capture the moon. Their methods were extraordinary and unimaginable. They were all heaven-defying creatures. Now, people deduced a trace of the old emperor of fighting's battle prowess from the monkey's strength. One had to know that the monkey had been sealed for over 1,000,000 years, but he had only cultivated for over 20 years. How terrifying was the emperor of fighting who had lived for countless years? He might be able to climb up to the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds, refining the stars and absorbing the sun. He was omnipotent. The monkey was truly enraged and was determined not to retreat. He swung his black iron rod to fight Wang Teng with heaven-shattering power. His eyes were fiery and golden, and his fur was golden and flickering. Yifan had no other choice. The monkey's temperament was like this, so it was useless to say anything more. The black iron rod wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into meat paste. It had to be said that Wang Teng was truly too powerful. He used the celestial arch sword to block the black iron rod and unleashed all kinds of origin laws. He attacked and defended, showing no signs of losing. His eyes were terrifying. Every time he blinked, heaven and earth would ring as if the scriptures of the great Tao were ringing. When his eyes blinked, it was like a star domain, deep and unfathomable. It was destroyed and reborn, and the passing of an instant was like the passing of tens of millions of years. This was the martial path heavenly eye. All movements, moves, and secret techniques were no secret in his eyes. He could see through the origin, and no matter how fast the movements were, they would be as slow as snails in his eyes. Even the various sect masters didn't have the heavenly eye, yet he had cultivated it. This was a manifestation of the Tao on the path of cultivation. It was a qualitative leap. Some people couldn't form the heavenly eye even after becoming a saint. This was an extremely rare improvement of the physical body, and not many people in the world could have it. When Wang Teng's eyes opened and closed, terrifying power would flow out like a great millstone that could crush people. The martial path heavenly eye's light beam could destroy all things. Dang, dang, the monkey's black iron rod swung and struck these light beams, causing sparks to fly. Each strike was as heavy as the stars in the cosmos colliding. In the distance, everyone was astonished. The martial path heavenly eye was so terrifying, and its power was so shocking. It was comparable to the monkey's innate divine strength. Not only can he look directly at the origin of all things, but he also has such terrifying offensive power. Who can block him? There was no one who wasn't alarmed. The Eastern Wasteland's sacred lord, the Central Plains imperial lord, the Western Desert's divine monk, and the Southern Mountains demon lord were all moved. Jianghu, the holy daughter of the Jade Lake, the princes and princesses of the divine dynasties, and the evil woman of the South Mountains gasped as well. Buzz! The void trembled like a painting. Wang Teng's eyes shot out 9 ancient characters, engraving themselves in the air. The martial Tao heavenly eye's radiance was terrifying, releasing a terrifying aura. It was as if it wanted to obliterate this world. That pair of eyes continuously flickered, as if stellar domains were being born and destroyed. The 9 ancient characters moved about, possessing a type of heaven-opening aura. Light shot out from his eyes, and the black iron rod was sent flying high into the air, almost piercing through the clouds. If it was any other weapon, it would have long turned into powder. It could destroy all living things, but this was a vicious weapon that gave birth to deities. Terrifying power, incomparable world-obliterating laws, these were the 9 characters left behind by the great ancient emperor. They possessed unimaginable origin power. The black iron rod in the monkey's hands almost flew out. He released a great roar, and only then did all of the golden hair on his body stand on end. Only then did he stabilize himself, almost suffering greatly. Swoosh! 2 sharp rays of light shot out. The monkey's golden eyes were also terrifying. He also had the heavenly eye, something he was born with. It was the inheritance of the old battle saint emperor. Chang Chang. The heavenly eye confronted each other. The light from their eyes were like blades, colliding together. Radiance splashed in all directions, splitting heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. This was just the power of two pairs of eyes. The 9 ancient characters actually have this kind of wondrous use. Yi Fan rubbed his chin, seriously thinking about it. Would he also be able to refine the 9 ancient characters he grasped into his eyes? Unfortunately, he only obtained a Tao scripture that didn't explain how to use the great emperor's characters. Once he refined them into his eyes, only heaven knew what would happen. Moreover, he might not necessarily refine them into his eyes, but other parts of his body. Without a flawless ancient scripture, he always felt that he was lacking something and couldn't comprehend it. The monkey showed his prowess and launched another fierce attack, forcing the North the Arch to retreat. The son of the Emperor of Fighting not only had the Tao of Strength, but he also had all kinds of Emperor-grade secret arts. The battle was getting more and more intense. Ancient Chaos Thearcha's Saint Art. Everyone was astonished. The more they looked, the more they felt that Wang Teng's secret art was similar to the legendary Ancient Chaos Sutra. From a certain perspective, this was the decisive battle between the Ancient Chaos the Arch and the Emperor of Fighting, and it was unfolding through their successors. The more the monkey fought, the more ferocious he became. His innate talents were incomparable, but the Ancient Chaos Sutra was also extremely terrifying. When Wang Ting used it, it was hard to resist. Yi Fan transmitted another message. He felt that the monkey wouldn't lose, but it wouldn't be easy to kill the North the Arch. It was better not to let him borrow the power of the Qinling Great Dragon. No, I have to kill him with my own hands. The monkey's temper rose, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. He swung his rod like a black windmill. Everyone was speechless. These two were too powerful, and they were fighting to kill Wang Teng. That was the magnificent North the Arch, and not many could match him. How did he become the prey now? Stop fighting, we're going to miss the time. The Qinling Great Dragon is starting to move. Someone cried out. Everyone knew that the Qinling Great Dragon would move. It would only stay in one place for a period of time before moving. It wouldn't stay there for a long time, and this was also the reason why no one had found it since the ancient times. That's right. The saint's body activated the great dragon's source power and alerted the dragon's cave. It has already developed intelligence and is about to leave. One of the dragon-seeking earth masters revealed the truth. What? Hurry up and charge over, don't miss the time. Many people cried out. However, the monkey and Wang Teng stood in front of them and fought without stopping. They blocked everyone, and there was no way for them to pass. The two of you stop fighting. Otherwise, you'll miss the ancient immortal treasury. Someone advised. They really didn't want them to continue. Yi Fan observed the terrain, and his mind was moved. The great dragon was indeed moving. If they continued to delay, they might really miss the opportunity. Brother Monkey, stop fighting. If you can obtain either the immortal transformation pool or the dragon's cave, you will have a chance to corroborate your Tao. You mustn't miss it. When the monkey heard this, he slowed down his attacks. Wang Teng also retreated. He didn't want to fight to the death anymore. Entering the immortal transformation pool or the dragon's cave was the most important. Rumble, that dragon vein moved, and the ancient cave at the base of the mountain surged with essence energy. A dragon roar resounded through the 33 levels of heaven as if it came from the desolate land. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures dashed over. The sect leaders and holy lords were all on the move. Not a single one of them wasted any time. North the Arch didn't move. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's side. He stood on the golden ancient war chariot and looked down disdainfully. I'm not late, right? The blind old man appeared and waved his hand to call Li Heishui and the others over. He glanced at Wang Teng and said, You haven't become an emperor after all. If you dare to hurt my juniors, I will dare to go to the northern plains and kill your people. Obviously, he had heard what North the Arch said before. As a living fossil, he normally wouldn't say such things. However, Today, Wang Teng threatened to kill Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Lu Kou, and the others. This made him very unhappy. The sacred ground of the eastern wasteland was so strong, but none of the experts had ever attacked the descendants of the great bandits. They were all afraid. If the 13 bandits were ruthless, they could also kill all their disciples. On the other side, the Red Dragon Taoist and Peacock King appeared. They stood beside Yen Ryu and waved Pang Bo over. The great demon Pang Bo had a special status in the demon race. His status was no lower than Yen Ryu's, and he was the inheritor of Azure the Archon name. Wang Teng was shocked. The golden ancient war chariot under his feet shone brightly and could pierce through the void at any time. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do anything against these living fossils. One of them could hurt him, but 2 of them could destroy his body and soul. These living fossils were unfathomable, and their strength was there for all to see. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed. He didn't say a word. Yi Fan, the monkey, the red dragon, and the others could all threaten him. He drove the golden ancient war chariot into the depths of the celestial ground. Brother Monkey, don't go to the dragon cave. There's a terrifying creature there, and no one here can deal with it. Yi Fan transmitted a message. No, I need the mortal elixir in the dragon cave. The immortal transformation pool doesn't have it. The monkey leaped up and rushed into the ancient cave. Brother Monkey, I worshipped you the most in my hometown. I didn't think there would be someone like you. You all came out from a rock, Pang Bo shouted. The monkey was speechless and scratched his head. He didn't know what Pang Bo was talking about. He carried his black iron rod and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Dragon Taoist, Peacock King, and the blind old man nodded at Yi Fan. They also took action and rushed into the dragon cave. Living fossils like them all wanted to find the illusory dragon marrow to prolong their lifespans. After Yi Fan's reminder, the few of them nodded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yen Ryu also followed. She probably had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon that could protect their lives. Most of the older generation people rushed into the ancient cave. The immortal treasures there were priceless to them. The undying god pill, illusory immortal essence, and other things couldn't be found in the mortal world. Now, there were clues. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others rushed into the immortal transformation pool. Ji Haoyue had already met up with her family members. However, Ji Ziyue was like a little tail that slipped away with Yi Fan's group. The immortal transformation pool was at the peak of a huge mountain. That place was overflowing with brilliant light and multicolored mist. It was extremely illusory, and the water was like jade. Spiritual energy surged down and submerged the entire mountain. When they got close, no one could fly. They were all blocked by a mysterious power. They could only climb up the mountain on foot. Even the sect masters couldn't do it. They could only climb up step by step. There were many people on the winding mountain road, and all of them were experts. As Yi Fan walked along the mountain path, he saw many old friends. The Jade Lake's saintess smiled sweetly, making the flowers pale in comparison as she joined them. Brother Yi, long time no see. I'm here. A bronze-skinned barbarian wearing beast skin walked over with large strides. He held a wolf fang club in his hand. It was Dong Fang Yi. Barbarian. Pang Bo laughed and punched him. Naturally, he recognized him. Dong Fang Yi was famous in the unique warrior residence. Because one time, he almost smacked Wang Chong to death with his club. This time, the third beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Yudai, didn't come. Otherwise, the trio that robbed Duanda would have gathered together. They all laughed. I saw that fatty just now. I reckon he's also coming up. Dongfang Yi said. Quickly hide the 9 divine weapons. That fatty is not a good person. Yi Fan reminded Pang Bo, don't worry. The 9 divine weapons have fused with my 9 slashes of the demon god. He can't do anything even if he sees it. Pang Bo said, don't be afraid of him. Ji Ziyue's black gem-like eyes looked around. She searched for Duanda and said angrily, if he dares to appear, my Saint Lord won't let him go. He's too evil. Before Duanda left the eastern wasteland, he had visited the Ji family's cemetery. In the end, he had stolen a divine king's tomb. The Ji family's elders chased him for hundreds of thousands of li, but he still managed to escape. This damn fatty is really unpopular. Yi Fan laughed. Why are there so many sect master-level characters? Li Heishui felt that something was wrong. Those were supreme characters with unfathomable strength. It would be difficult for them to compete. Not all the older generation characters rushed to the Dragon Cave. Many people rushed to the Celestial Transformation Pond. They were all powerful characters. This time, it was divined by Divine Diviner. It is different from the past. That's why so many people came. Jade Lake Saint Lady opened her mouth. This Divine Diviner is not simple. Yi Fan had heard of him more than once. He had always wanted to catch his disciple. He is indeed mysterious. Few people know of his background. Jade Lake Saint Lady smiled. Sister of Jade Lake, you are really beautiful. You are as beautiful as me. Ji Ziyue was a little mischievous and narcissistic. Her eyes turned into crescent moons. How narcissistic. Yi Fan knocked on her smooth, jade-like forehead. This is called confidence, okay? Ji Ziyue slapped his hand away. She grinded her shiny little canine teeth and rolled her eyes at him. The group was very relaxed. They arrived at the mountain peak calmly. In the process, no one dared to harm them. In this place, Yi Fan could activate the Qinling Dragon Source. He even dared to kill the Arch just now. Even the older generation avoided him, not daring to touch him. At this moment, Yi Fan had the power of the initial formation of the Saint physique. No one dared to stop him. In the distance, a fat Taoist appeared. He came to the mountain and stared at Yi Fan and the barbarian. Unscrupulous. Celestial being. Duanda wanted to vomit blood. Last time, he was stripped naked. Even the shoes and socks, which were secret treasures, were worn by the barbarian. The worst thing was that he even worked with the two of them. It was only when Yi Fan used the 9 divine weapons that he realized which bastard robbed him. This Dao grandpa is not done yet. Duanda gritted his teeth. Finally, Yi Fan and the others approached the Celestial Transformation Pond. The water flowed with multicolored light. The mist was dense and beautiful. Brother, you're here too. At this place, Yi Fan saw the sickly old man and went up to greet him. Pang Bo and the others didn't dare to be slow. They also went up to greet him. They had heard Yi Fan talk about this before. They knew that this was most likely an extraordinary mutant. That's not right. There's life in the celestial pool. Could it be that another creature like Azure the Arch was born? Some of the older generation was surprised. Since ancient times, this lake had too many secrets. There were countless precious materials like the green copper. Azure the Arch was born from it. It was said that during the ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons had fallen here. It was hard to imagine how many divine items there were now. Since ancient times, not many people had successfully entered. This time, it was very special. Someone had deduced it, which led to the gathering of heroes. Chapter 640. The lake water was clear and bright like a pool of fine wine. Multicolored light overflowed, mists rising, mists curling about. It was a sparkling and translucent expanse. The Immortal transformation pool was at the summit of an enormous mountain. Even though it wasn't that large, it gave one the misconception of a world. Correct, it wasn't like a pool of water, but rather a lively and beautiful small world. This place seemed to contain the secrets of the origin of life. There is a sound. A pool of jade liquid connected the endless blue skies, releasing the sound of surging tides. It was as if someone was seated in the void, explaining the great Tao of the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal pool's surface was clear and crystalline, multicolored mists swirling about. 5 colors shone brilliantly, water specks speckling about. It wasn't that intense and could be considered gentle, but it made quite a few people frown. It was because they could vaguely hear heaven and earth chanting ancient scriptures. Put on. A cultivator couldn't hold himself back any longer, the first to jump into the lake, fiercely diving down to search for emperor weapon fragments and other holy objects. It is definitely the extreme Tao emperor weapons that shattered here. It is the great Tao scriptures within them that are echoing. Chung. There were cultivators who raised their swords, fighting for the sake of choosing an advantageous position. With a pew sound, a head flew, blood splashing outwards, corpse falling onto the ground. Everyone couldn't remain calm when facing the immortal pool, all of them taking action. Many people jumped into the lake one after another, wishing to fish up world-shocking holy objects. Intense fluctuations transmitted outwards. 2 sect master-level figures took action, stirring up a great wave. The immortal pool's life essence energy flowed in all directions, making the hearts of everyone here tremble. If one could obtain either the immortal transformation pool or the ancient dragon cave, then they would have a sliver of hope of verifying the Tao. This legend spread far and wide, so everyone was naturally moved. Everyone wanted to obtain something. In that short instant, there were already several dozen people who jumped in. The others weren't willing to fall behind, jumping in one after another. Something's not right. Why isn't a single person coming up? Ji Ziyuem muttered softly. The lake water was clear, pure like sapphire. Streak after streak of auspicious multicolored light swirled about, but no one jumped out from the water surface, only entering but not coming out. Many experts were alarmed, already sensing that something was wrong. They all stopped their footsteps, and those who had just jumped up also cried out in alarm, forcefully flipping back. Just now, a great figure also jumped in, not coming back up. Someone said softly. The others all shivered inwardly, no longer daring to act blindly. Could it be that something unexpected happened to these people, dying below? People were scared. Let this old man take a closer look. One of the dragon-seeking earthly masters stepped forward and opened his eyes to observe the immortal lake. Everyone held their breaths and quietly listened to what he was going to say. They were faced with an immortal land that could prove their Tao, but they were unable to enter. Everyone was nervous and anxious. There should be no problem. This is a true land of ascension, indescribably wondrous, unparalleled in the world. How could there be danger? The dragon-seeking geomaster muttered to himself. Ouyang Yi stepped forward. He came from the eastern wastelands and was extremely famous in the origin technique world. He was infinitely close to becoming an origin master, and his methods were outstanding. This immortal lake is extremely perfect, not the slightest flaw to be found. It could be said to be a place where true immortals descended. There are definitely no problems. They didn't come up. Could it be that they are hiding below? The Genesis Technique Grandmasters from the Eastern Wilderness all stepped forward and agreed with Ouyang Ye's judgment. This was a perfect place for immortal ascension. A Genesis Technique Grandmaster said, "Brother Yi is also here. His Genesis techniques are unique, and as the successor of our Eastern Wastelands Heaven Masters, I believe that he must have some brilliant ideas. Little friend Yi, don't hide anything. If you have any ideas, I hope you can share them and give us some pointers," Ouyang Yi said in a neutral tone. Yi Fan glanced at him. This old thing had bullied him time and time again in the Eastern Wasteland. When his identity as a saint physique was exposed in the northern region's divine city, he had almost died because of it. At this moment, if no one else was present, Yi Fan would have already made his move and sent this old thing to hell. However, he was walking together with several powerful experts, so he was not easy to deal with. "You've already said what you need to say. What else do you want me to say?" Yi Fan said. Ouyang Yi twirled his beard and said, "That's not right. You've obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so you should have some unique ideas. I hope you won't be stingy and dispel the doubts of everyone here." There were several sect master-level figures beside him, and they were the ones who had invited him from the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, he had nothing to fear. "Old fellow, are you tired of living? Even now, you still want to sow discord. Be careful that Master Pang doesn't catch you and feed you to the dogs." Pang Bo spoke in a boorish manner. "Young man, why must you be so overbearing? This old man is merely seeking guidance on behalf of our fellow Taoists," Ouyang Yi said. "If Brother Yi knows, I hope you can give us some pointers so that our fellow Taoists won't die in vain," an elder spoke. From the way he addressed Yi Fan, one could tell that he had a certain degree of trepidation towards Yi Fan. A first-layer Immortal Foundation expert actually spoke in the tone of someone of the same generation. At this point, other than mortal enemies like the Yin Yang sect and Ouyang Yi, at the very least on the surface, not many people were willing to offend the saint physique. His growth was simply too fast. In just a few years, he was already at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. Every time he was suppressed, he would grow even stronger, causing people to feel incomparable trepidation. Little friend, please enlighten us. A sect master-level character spoke. Many people echoed his words. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't offend the crowd. He circled around the immortal transformation pool and seriously pondered for a long time before speaking. When things reach an extreme, they will always move in the opposite direction. If one is too perfect, there would definitely be a great regret. This place is undoubtedly the flying immortal grounds, but there would definitely be great danger. Everyone, please be careful. What? It's said in the legends that the immortal transformation pool is a place of great danger? In that case, those who entered earlier all died? Instantly, the countenances of many people changed. Little friend Yi, please don't be stingy and allow us all to have an immortal fate, Ouyang Yi spoke. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When these three fuse together, there's no solution in this world. Yi Fan spoke. What he said was the truth. Just the first, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction, was something no one could break. Back then in the forbidden grounds of the absolute beginning era, the 4th generation Yuan Taoist master died there in his later years. Little friend, this is where you're wrong. So many of us came here. Are you going to let us all return empty-handed? Since you obtained the original heavenly book, you must have a way to break it. Don't tell me you're going to monopolize this place? Yang Yu sneered. Old man, I think you're tired of living. Do you want to force us? If you want to die, just say it. Dong Fang Yu was like a barbarian. He held the wolf-tooth club in his hand and glared at him. Ouyang Yi was protected by several sect masters. Although she wasn't afraid, she was still angered by such direct words. Die far away. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were ice cold as he stared at the original technique expert. Help. Suddenly, the water in the immortal pool split open. A 3-inch tall silver person rushed out and cried for help. This was an incomparably powerful divine sense belonging to the almighty expert who had just jumped into the lake. It was a humanoid god formed from the mind power in the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, his physical body had disappeared. Only the silver person had escaped. This was enough to explain the problem. He had encountered a disaster. Dao friend, what happened? A sect master shouted. The silver person was incomparably terrified. A crack appeared in the space between his eyebrows. Then, with a bang, it shattered into 4 pieces and turned into a white light that disappeared into the lake. This was an almighty expert, but he died just like that. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Their bodies were shivering and their hearts were filled with cold air. After a long time, a sect master opened his mouth and said, Little friend Yi, please give us some pointers. The people beside Ouyang Yi also spoke up one after another, asking him to explain and point out a path. The Heavenly Origin book was a wondrous book. Many people were almost superstitious about it. They believed that it could decipher all the terrains in the world. Young man, don't be so solitary. In this kind of place, we need to work together. It's not too realistic to want to swallow the immortal transformation pond alone. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster, Ouyang Yi said. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Fan didn't have the slightest good impression of him. He took a large step forward and the Heavenly Origin rune under his feet flickered. A scarlet dragon rushed out and turned into a scarlet sky as it pounced towards Ouyang Yi. Clang! A sect master took action and blocked the scarlet sky. The mountain peak shook violently and everyone was shocked. Yi Fan could really compete with a sect master. Little friend, why do you have to kill him? That sect master said. We just look down on this lowly person. Have all these years been wasted on a dog? Li Heishui was the first to speak. The others all stared at Ouyang Yi. This is the land of flying immortals. It's accompanied by great calamity that can't be resolved. If everyone wants to obtain something, then search the shallow waters. Yi Fan spoke. He was the first to walk towards the lake. Pang Bo, Dong Fangyi, Li Heishui, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Ziyue, and the others followed. They entered the lake and the water was knee-deep. They didn't dare to go any further. The others also followed after seeing this. They scattered around the lake and searched carefully. Not long after, someone cried out in alarm, "Divine object." One of the middle-aged men scooped up a piece of scarlet jade from the water. It was as big as a person's head, and it was bright red and glistening. The multicolored light it emitted illuminated all the bones in his body, making his body almost transparent. Scarlet Jade, King of the Ninth Heaven. Heavens, this is a peerless divine object that even the ancient saints couldn't find. It can be refined into an immortal holy weapon. The group's eyes were red. The sect masters couldn't sit still and rushed over. Many people secretly wanted to snatch it. Suddenly, the head-sized Scarlet Jade King turned into a scarlet rainbow and left the man's palm. It flew into the center of the lake and disappeared. That young expert almost fainted. He thought he had ascended to heaven, but the next moment he was kicked out. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. The peerless divine object that the ancient saints couldn't find in their entire lives. I hate it. The others were also stunned. They were all incomparably regretful. The Scarlet Jade King of the Ninth Heaven had gained intelligence and escaped on its own. There are treasures in the celestial pond. Since ancient times, fragments of imperial weapons have fallen here. Even Emperor Qing was born here. Quickly search. The people on the shore were boiling. This was just the beginning and someone had already seen a divine object. One could imagine what was in the lake. There really are treasures. Pang Bo muttered. He poked Yi Fan and said, "You have to find the heavenly book of origin. Search carefully and find 2 extreme divine objects." "Yeah, if we can fish out an imperial weapon fragment, it'll be worth it no matter what price we pay." The barbarian's eyes shone. "Little Yi, you have to look carefully," Little Moon of the Ji family said in a small voice. The Jade Lake Saintess smiled at the side. "You guys follow me. I want to walk a certain distance in the depths," said Yi Fan. Now, not only did Yi Fan make this decision, the others were also fearless. They walked into the depths bit by bit in search of immortal weapons. Suddenly, a great tremor sounded. The ancient dragon cave at the base of another great peak took in and spat out a true dragon origin. A draconic cry rose into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 netherworlds. It was clear that a group of sect master-level characters had entered and triggered a great change. The ancient dragon cave seemed to have revived. In the ancient cave, there were immortal pills, fantasy-grade divine marrow, and even sacred spirits comparable to great emperors. Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Kai clan, the 4th-generation Yuan Taoist master, has also come into being? Yi Fan was bewildered. Hee. Ouyang Yi laughed coldly and said, "The draconic energy here has returned to its origin. It can't be used by others." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Fan. Ouyang Yi was clearly telling them that they could kill him now. "Ouyang Yi, you will die today without a doubt. No one can save you," Yi Fan said calmly. "Can you compare to me if you can't summon the draconic energy?" Ouyang Yi laughed coldly. He had already made sufficient preparations to eliminate Yi Fan. Something's wrong. Is there still a great emperor alive in this world? On the shore, the sickly old man spoke in horror. His dim eyes shot out 2 terrifying rays of light, causing the nearby sect masters to retreat in fright. Chapter 641. Inside the Eternal Dragon Cave, draconic cries sounded. The ancient cave flickered between light and darkness, a pair of lantern-like eyes flickering about, making one feel suffocated. "Dragon, don't tell me there really is a deity like this? This is the Ascension Immortal Land. Perhaps there really is such an existence." Qinling Dragon Cave's name had been passed down through the endless ages. It wasn't impossible for there to be a true dragon here, because there were all types of rumors about deities before the Archaic era. There is a true dragon sleeping in this ancient cave? The language used by the 10,000 archaic clans was divine text, created by deities. If there was an unmatched existence in a certain period of history, then some people could accept it. The ancient cave was clearly dark and unstable, continuously taking in and sending out dragon essence, as if it was reviving. A divine pearl appeared, bright red and replete with moisture, rising and falling within the 10,000 streaks of vital energy. When this pearl appeared, everyone became petrified. Then, many people's eyes became red, rushing forward while striving to be the first. The living fossil-level figures all went crazy. A pearl spat out by a true dragon. This is a divine pearl. There is a deity inside. The legendary dragon pearl has appeared. There really is this type of immortal treasure. The bright red and replete pearl was sparkling and translucent like an agate, its diameter more than a meter. It was an enormous immortal pearl, its dreamlike colors making one feel intoxicated. In front of the eternal dragon cave, everyone's blood vessels surged, their hearts stirred. Most of them were sect master-level figures, their achievements great, doing everything they could to seize it. Dragon essence surged, the ancient cave deep and serene, taking in and sending out sunlight essence. The divine pearl disappeared with a flash. Everyone rushed inside, not a single person able to remain calm. In front of the ancient cave, there was no one left, all of them disappearing. Everyone rushed in. By the immortal pond, many cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Many people regretted not choosing the dragon cave. That really was a divine pearl. They saw it with their own eyes, able to seize natural luck from the heavens, allowing one to corroborate the Tao. A divine pearl left behind by a true dragon, is this indirectly proving the existence of immortals? Figures flickered. There were two sect masters who rushed down the mountain, changing their choice to the eternal dragon cave to seize opportunities, because that enormous divine pearl was too important. Little Leaf, did you see anything? Can we seize the dragon pearl? That really is an immortal treasure. Li Heishui rubbed his hands. Don't go. There is most likely an ancient sacred spirit there. No one in the present world can fight against it, so it is even more dangerous than this place. Yi Fan's expression was serious. According to his judgment, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain could only be entered but not exited. Unless one was protected by an extreme emperor weapon, no matter how many people entered, they would die. Young man, can I borrow the source heavenly scripture to take a look? Let us study it together so that we can break through the celestial pool and let our fellow Taoists here have immortal fate. Ouyang Yi twirled his long beard and said in a neutral tone, "This old thing is about to make a move. Don't get too close to me." Yi Fan secretly warned, "That won't do. Now that the dragon source is restrained, you can't borrow the power of the Qinling dragon." "Let us help you," said Dongfeng. "It doesn't matter. I can kill him with my own methods." Yi Fan shook his head. The others also stepped forward, wanting to attack together with him. "He is just an Earth Source Master. I can kill him with the 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign without a problem. Don't worry. Although the Qinling Dragon's power is restrained, there are other benefits underground. This is the immemorial celestial pool. It contains endless mysteries and can be used by me." Yi Fan smiled. Hearing him say this, the others were instantly relieved. Li Heishui glanced at Ouyang Yi and said, "Old thing, you really have nothing better to do. You are courting death. Junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Ouyang Yi's face darkened. She stared at Yi Fan and then scanned the surroundings, saying, "Yi Fan, if you want to take the celestial pool for yourself, many Taoists will not agree. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Maybe even your myriad chi cauldron will be thrown away here." This was definitely a fight. He purposely pointed out the great emperor's exclusive holy relic so that the others would also attack and kill Yi Fan. "You are really a snobbish person." Yi Fan had no fear. He waded through the lake water and walked towards Ouyang Yi, his killing intent soaring. "Young people don't know their limits. Although you have some fame, you shouldn't be so disrespectful to people of the older generation." Not far away, 4 old men walked out. Two of them were actually half-step supreme experts. Ouyang Yi had a smile on his face. He flicked his sleeves and clasped his hands behind his back as he stood there with his head held high. He had a carefree look on his face as he watched the show. Flaunting your seniority. All of you scram. If I want to kill Ouyang Yi, no one can stop me. Yi Fan spoke in a heavy voice. You're still young after all. Don't you know that it's very easy for you to die like this? Since ancient times, many geniuses died prematurely. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? One of them coldly spoke. Scram. Yi Fan roared. He flicked his sleeves and transformed into a beam of blue light that lashed out. Junior, you are courting death. One of the mid-stage first-layer Immortal Foundation experts coldly spoke as he lifted his hand to attack. Bang! The two of them collided violently. Yi Fan stood there unmoving while that old man was like a wooden puppet that was flung through the air. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his face turned as pale as paper. Another person stepped forward. His palm glowed with a divine light as he took out a pair of dragon shears. The shears transformed into a beam of light and flew over. The two flood dragons intersected, wanting to slice Yi Fan into two. Bang! Yi Fan spat out a strand of Xiantian essence chi that destroyed the shears like a candle being blown out. The mixed origin unity chi caused that person to spit out blood as he was flung through the air. Merely a so-so. He stood there proudly as he took large strides forward. What? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Almost everyone didn't dare to believe that Yi Fan could so casually injure two first-layer Immortal Foundation experts. He didn't borrow the draconic chi for his own use but was using his own strength. Even first-layer Immortal Foundation experts were defeated so miserably. But there's a difference of 7 to 8 levels between them. 8 level, he has touched upon the 8-level domain. Instantly, the countenances of some sect leader-level characters changed as they guessed the truth. If not, it was impossible for Qin Wenyan to cross so many levels. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms. They were the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. Among them, the Immortal Foundation was the most unique. Every layer was equivalent to a great secret realm in the past, and the difference in strength was immense. The first layer of the Immortal Foundation was equivalent to 9 levels in the past. However, it wasn't divided into different levels. Instead, it was divided into initial stage, mid-stage, and peak stage. 8 level, after so many years, there's actually someone who has touched upon the 8-level domain. The expressions of the older generation all changed. Since ancient times, such people were extremely rare. Usually, they would grow up to become heaven-shaking experts. Previously, when Yi Fan revealed the combat prowess of an 8-level domain, no one spread the news. Hence, the people of the world didn't know about it. Today, for the first time, they were in an uproar. 8 level. The crowd could only mutter these 3 words. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden had a strange look on her face. The Alcade Saint Child had a look of shock on his face. The number 2 beauty of the Central Prefecture, Princess Moon Spirit, had a divine glow in her eyes. The kings of the 5 regions were all moved. The emotions of the younger generations were all different. The various sect leaders all had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't say a word as their thoughts spun like lightning. No one knew what they were thinking. The gazes of everyone were focused on Yi Fan. 8-level domains were extremely rare. Once one touched upon them, they would be invincible in the entire world. This was the explanation given by the ancient people. It's merely an 8-level domain. Before he matures, there's nothing special about killing him. As long as he attains the major completion Saint Physique, everything is possible. Ouyang Yi sinisterly spoke. This was to remind everyone that they had to kill as soon as possible. Now was the best opportunity, and they could still obtain the myriad chi cauldron. 2 old men blocked the way. Right now, both of them were ruthless. These 2 were half-step experts, characters at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a copper pagoda that was 1 inch tall. In an instant, it expanded to over 10 feet tall and descended, enveloping Yi Fan's head, wanting to suppress him. Junior, so what if you've reached the 8th level? With my absolute cultivation base, I can crush you like stepping on an ant. Before you mature, you're nothing. The other person's eyes gleamed sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small bronze man. At first, it was only 1 inch tall, but it rapidly grew into a giant with the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. With a single step, the mountains trembled. If you haven't reached the major completion stage, you're just an ant. Stomping you to death will end everything. Your so-called future is nothing but a dream. I won't let you continue growing. The two of them laughed sinisterly. They each took out their weapons, wanting to kill Yi Fan. They had long decided that they wouldn't give him a chance to grow. Boom! Suddenly, elemental energy surged, and immortal light shot out from the celestial pool. Yi Fan's right hand enlarged, grabbing the copper pagoda that was over 10 feet tall. He snatched it over and smashed it down like a piece of straw. What? The half-step mighty figure was shocked and retreated decisively. But it was already too late. Yi Fan was like a god. The copper pagoda in his hands smashed down, shattering the half-step mighty figure and turning him into a pile of blood paste. He couldn't resist at all. Boom! Yi Fan swung the copper pagoda and smashed it heavily onto the bronze man. The two weapons released dazzling sparks and both shattered. At the same time, the half-step mighty figure was smashed until his bones were broken. His body and spirit were both destroyed. Nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step mighty figures had died. The people beside the celestial pool retreated in complete silence. Yi Fan could draw upon the power of the celestial pool and still fight a top holy lord. This made many people feel that things were not good. The Book of Source Heaven is indeed extraordinary. Ouyang Yi was horrified. Even he couldn't summon the power of this place, but Yi Fan did it. He laughed coldly, and Genesis runes appeared under his feet. In that instant, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He used the row formula and flew to the side. Bang! A small sun flew out. Its golden light shone brightly and evaporated the place where Yi Fan had been standing. Mist flowed, and everything disappeared. A divine source block. This was a divine source block the size of a human head. It was densely covered in runes that contained endless mysteries. It could instantly flatten the endless mountain range. Divine light shone brightly, and the other 3 divine source blocks appeared. They were similar in size and froze in the air. Intense divine power waves destroyed everything, and Genesis runes covered them. Ouyang Yi, you're crazy. Yi Fan's heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Each divine source block was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. There was a large block with complicated Genesis techniques carved on it. Once it was broken, all life within 100 miles would be exterminated and turned into scorched earth. Don't worry, this is the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. It will only refine you and not harm anyone else. Kid, I'll send you to see the previous Yuan Taoist master. Ouyang Yi chuckled, which made one's hair stand on end. 4 divine source blocks the size of a human head were arranged in 4 directions, trapping Yi Fan in the center. A terrifying aura flowed out, and golden divine light shot into the sky like 4 suns hanging there. The densely packed divine source runes glowed and rushed out together. Every divine source block transformed into a celestial spirit, and a suffocating power flowed out. A small dragon, a divine phoenix, a celestial tiger, and a black tortoise were all less than a foot long. They were all golden and lifelike. They guarded the 4 directions, and each opened their mouth to spit out a stream of light. They began to refine Yi Fan. With a violent tremor, the myriad chi cauldron appeared and floated above Yi Fan's head. Wisps of heaven and earth chi poured down, protecting him inside. The 4 divine source blocks contained boundless divine power, and the pressure they brought him was too great. He sat cross-legged on the ground, formed seals with his hands, and guided the celestial light in the celestial pool for his own use. He carved words in the void, and each word flashed with a metallic luster. They were branded in the void, and they rang like heavenly swords being unsheathed. 6 seals for immortals? Ouyang Yi was shocked. Yi Fan's improvement in Genesis techniques was too fast, and it was beyond his understanding. It had only been a few years, and this heaven origin forbidden technique had already reached the third seal. The position of the 6 seals for immortals in Genesis techniques was like the peerless secret technique deduced by the great human emperor. It was at the peak, and it contained infinite mysteries. I can even seal powerful beings. Ouyang Ye's face was pale, and he staggered back. Yi Fan used the 6 seals for immortals, and ancient characters jumped out one after another, branded in the void, forming a pattern, and tore a corner of the 4 symbols heaven origin formation. With the myriad chi cauldron above his head, he stood up and slowly walked out, pressing forward. Not good. Ouyang Ye's expression changed, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Don't worry. At this moment, a powerful being beside him stood up and shouted, "Go back." This was a powerful being from the Shao clan of the Central Plains. Like the Yin-Yang sect, they had a great grudge against Yi Fan, and Ouyang Yi was invited by them. He stretched out a hand to cover the opening, wanting to push Yi Fan back into the origin formation and turn him into ashes. "Don't move recklessly," Ouyang Yi shouted, but it was too late. Yi Fan drew the divine power from this powerful being, and he quickly stepped out of the origin formation. The foot-long little dragon, divine phoenix, celestial tiger, and black tortoise all let out a cry and entered the god origin formation. Clang, clang. The ancient characters that Yi Fan carved flashed in the void, and they were like sword hums, shaking the heavens and earth. The 4 god origin formations were suppressed. With a flash of light, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and put them in. "This is a great gift. To thank you, I will personally send you to immortality." With every step he took, an immortal light rushed out from the lake, surrounding him in the center. After 9 steps, his body was resplendent, and every inch of his flesh was almost transparent. Endless immortal light enveloped him, and with every move, he could command the heaven and earth. With the source of the great Tao, he could look down on many powerful beings. "You can't kill him." The powerful being from the Shao clan sneered. Other than that, there were 2 other powerful beings from the Yin-Yang sect near the celestial pond. They walked out from the darkness and pressed forward. Their main force was at the dragon cave. 3 powerful beings attacked together to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan finally calmed down. His allies didn't throw him away, and they laughed coldly as they stared at Yi Fan. "Those who block my way will die under my feet, and blood will splatter everywhere." Yi Fan was unwavering as he walked forward. The younger generation, the Jade Lake Saintess, Yao Guang Saint Child, Princess Moon Spirit, and the kings of the 5 regions were all shaken. They stared forward and watched this battle. The sect masters also had serious expressions as they stared at the people in the field. While the lake water boiled, and endless immortal light surged, submerging Yi Fan. The battle began. 4 figures soared through the clouds like dragons, mountains collapsing and seas roaring as they fought intensely. In this place, his battle prowess can really be compared to a divine lord. Yi Fan's movements were bold, and the immortal light was like a sea. He was like a true dragon leaping about, and his palms and fingers continuously smashed the void. Not long after, Ouyang Yi shouted, "Not good." Unfortunately, it was too late, and nothing could be stopped. Wherever Yi Fan slapped the void, there would be imprints flickering. The immortal forbidden 6 seals appeared, sealing the 3 powerful beings within. He used the power of the immortal light to complete all of this. "I said that those who block me will die." Yi Fan took out a divine source block from the cauldron and activated it. He withdrew himself from this sealed land. Dazzling divine light surged. Everything within this narrow space no longer existed. The small world was melted down, returning to its original state. The great being released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting scream. The divine source block engraved with endless innate patterns exploded. The scene was horrifying, as if a sun was collapsing. However, all of this was blocked by the immortal forbidden 6 seals. "No!" Ouyang Yi shouted loudly. The divine source block was refined by him, and the expenditure was great. The cost was shocking, yet in the end, it caused the deaths of people on his side. Damned immortal forbidden 6 seals. He roared. All of the spectators felt a chill from head to toe. In this kind of place, Yi Fan summoned the power of the immortal pond for his own use. It was just too terrifying. There were 3 great beings, and they were finished just like that. When everything calmed down, the characters engraved in the void also became dim. The immortal light couldn't hold on anymore either. The power of the divine source block was too terrifying. The narrow space was unsealed. One of them had his body and soul destroyed, and the other 2 had badly damaged bodies. They staggered out, but they had lost all of their magical power and couldn't fight anymore. Yi Fan struck out with his palm, and one of the bodies shattered. He raised his leg and kicked to the side, and the last person also turned into dust. "Don't kill me!" Ouyang Yi shouted loudly, retreating in fear. Now who dared to stop him? 3 great beings had died tragically, and no one was willing to fight against Yi Fan in this place. It wasn't worth it. I said that no one can save you. Yi Fan walked forward and pointed out with a finger. A bloody hole appeared on Ouyang Yi's head. He screamed and fell to the ground, dying a violent death. Boom! At the base of another great mountain, the dragon cave shook violently. All the sect masters were fighting over the divine pearl. Crack! The divine pearl with a diameter of more than a meter finally cracked under the power of many holy lords. From within, a humanoid creature covered in red hair fell out. What? There was such a creature in the dragon pearl. Everyone was shocked. The humanoid creature with red hair opened its eyes and shot out 2 beams of bloody light. It let out a loud roar, causing the holy lord's blood to churn, and they almost fainted. What is that? Above the celestial pond, everyone looked down and saw everything in the ancient cave. All of them were shocked. The 3rd-generation ancestor Yuan Tian, an ominous event happened in his later years, and he grew to this state. What exactly is he? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He opened his divine eyes and observed carefully. The Yuan Taoist master had too many terrifying secrets in his later years. This must be the 3rd-generation ancestor. All the ominous events gathered in one body, and perhaps it was about to be revealed. Boom! An even more horrifying aura erupted, rushing out from the depths of the eternal dragon cave. It made everyone's minds tremble, almost kneeling down. There really is an ancient saint spirit. The sickly old man's eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, and he muttered to himself, "If the ancient emperors don't appear, who can fight against them?" Beside the celestial pond, many people couldn't bear the pressure and fell to the ground. A young man even fell into the lake, and when he struggled to get up, he grabbed a green copper block from the bottom of the lake. There was a small green lotus growing on it.